Wonderful. At this delegates conference, the NPP is looking at welcoming over 5,000 of its national delegates from all across the country into this sports stadium. But on the agenda the conference will be focused on deliberating proposed amendments to the NPP national constitution, with over 50 amendments up for discussion and subsequent vote cast upon, whether adopted or overturned, in which case whichever will be overturned will remain as they are, and whichever will be adopted will become the amendment as the party goes forward in its reorganizing and readying itself for the 2028 general elections. Let's bring on Isaac Obi, who is a constituency executive here in the Greater Accra region from the Kankoi South constituency. Isaac, good morning.
Good morning.
How has it been so far for you?
So far, so good. I came very early. I've had the opportunity to walk around, engage some party executives, both national and some police constituency executive as well. So far, our expectation is one, that will come out strongly from this engagement, united with all our intentions and purpose well achieved, and also rekindle the values that NPP we have, so that we'll be able to have a formidable front and face the government. So far, so good.
Well, you have earmarked over 50 different areas of your constitution for amendments. Let me take it from the youth perspective. We're starting from the youth perspective and work our way up to the presidential flag bearer selection or nomination if it qualifies it. Now, you have lowered, or you intend to lower who qualifies to be a youth national youth organizer. You're lowering the age from 40 to 35 and below. Does that mean you don't see men or women at 40 as youthful?
All right, let me provide some information. When you look at the amendment process that has gone on, the lawyer Frank Davis committee that was formed basically decided to make sure that they invite party people and party faithful to submit proposals so far as our constitution is concerned, and look at how best those proposals will be considered during National Congress of this nature. For the record, over 300 proposals were received.
Right.
From my constituency, we also submitted our proposal. However, what the committee did was to review all of them, and those that were singing the same song, those that were similar in terms of the proposals or the amendments were fused together as one. That is where we've gotten the 40 that you're making reference to. From our constituency, we felt that for the youth organizer position, for which reason I'm also a youth organizer, we felt that we should maintain it.
Right.
So the 40 was what we proposed, or what we felt that the constitution to maintain it. However, I'm sure that because NPP is a national party across the regions and across the country, other people feel that yes, the 40 should be reduced to 35. So it's part of the proposal. This tells you that the committee in charge of the review did not discriminate, did not choose and select, but they brought everything together. It is now up to us as party people to take a decision on it, whether we accept or not. But if you ask me, my position is that we should maintain it at the 40. Because when you look at the party and those of us that comes out to contest on the position of the youth organizer, the time you complete university, you'll be in your latter part of 20, either 29, 28 or 30, right? And you are expected to work, you are expected to do your service. So if it is lower to 25, the question becomes that those that are going to put themselves forward, are they resource enough? Because when you are elected as a national executive member, it is expected that you'll be able to mobilize resources and support the youth wing. And the youth wing is not only at the national level, it is also at the regional level, it is at the constituency level, it is at the electoral area level, and it's at the polling station level. So it is expected that whoever becomes the leader of the national youth wing or the national youth position is expected to be very matured, ability to resource, if either by pulling strings within the party or within stakeholders and get the resources, or he is financially sound to be able to perform this duty. And for that reason, I feel that when we maintain it at 40, it will help. It doesn't also mean that when you are 35, you cannot contest. You can.
Sure.
It doesn't mean that when you're 32 and you feel that this criteria you qualify, you cannot contest. You can.
Right.
But when we lower it to 35, we limit ourselves.
Right.
And someone at 37 years, 38 years may not be able to contest. So for me, I feel that I'll call on all delegates that are here that will be voting that for that particular amendment, we should reject it and maintain it at 40.
You have also, as part of the changes or as part of the amendments you're looking at, you are now allowing all women or female delegates to come together, as well as in the area of youth leaders selection or elections. Let me get it right. You're allowing female delegates to vote for National Women's Organizer and lowering the youth age, as I mentioned earlier. Why would you now need the national women leaders to come together to select the National Women Organizer?
So the position we are looking at here,
and in that case, let me wrap it, and then I probably would make it. In that case, are you seeking to take men out from that particular election, especially when it comes to National Women Organizer? Are you stopping men from voting?
Not really, but we feel that when you look at the position that you are referring to, as a National Women Organizer. So within the women contest, they understand themselves better. They can relate with the police station, the party people, the women in the party people. And all these reforms are coming as a result of the 2024 elections, the lessons that we've learned, the things that we believe that when we're able to relook at it, it will help the party. Because it's not constitutionally bounded, okay, for the elections that we had, there are moments where the National Women Organizer will invite women in position. So you may be the chairperson, you may be the first vice, the second vice, and you are a woman. Okay, in this contest, when we went into the 2024 election, the National Women Organizer was inviting women in position, right, to also contribute. And during that forum, we realized that other positions apart from women organizer position, in either first vice, secretary, that were women, they came out with laudable ideas that help in our women position or decision making.
Okay.
So that is why I believe that some individual felt that yes, we need to consider it, so that during voting, women that are part of the structure will also vote for the national women position. When you come to the youth organizer position, youth organizers that are below 40 years are allowed to vote for the youth organizer. So it's not out of place when we look at the women organizer, and the demand is that let women in other positions also have a voice in it.
Sure.
For we the men, if you allow us, we may want to also vote, but the voting may not based on what the women want. It will be based on relationship, it will be based on friendship, it will be based on... Yes.
Seriously?
Yes, but
is it that you don't trust the men in the NPP to make rational, sound judgments when it comes to choosing your women organizer, and because of that you are saying we don't even need you to get involved in women selection?
I think that is a stream. That is a stream for you to make that statement.
Well, I did that from what you just told.
No, what I did make was that when you look at women, yes, in as much as we try to understand women, the women understand themselves better.
Right. Okay.
For which reason I believe that if the women are supposed to select their own leaders, it will help us.
Right.
However, if Congress rejects it and grants permission to women to vote, we will also vote.
Right.
So it is
okay. Isaac, I'll say thank you on this point. At this point,
because I'm a constituency person, if you grant me, I want to touch on the constituency amendments that are coming.
Right.
I believe that we also propose that the police station executive role should be increased.
Right.
And it is part for the reason why we are here. Then the communication and the research also should be elected. We believe that when these things are done, it will help the party in our
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much.
I can take leave of you and then you can.
Sure. Okay. So I'll connect with you on the other side when you get there. And so, as part of this conference, this conference is looking forward to receiving former President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo as well as former President Kufuor. Isaac, what can we expect from these two former presidents at this conference?
So, first of all, it is very refreshing to see our former presidents, two of them coming to engage us in this National Delegates Conference. I strongly believe that their involvement in this conference will help firm up the decisions and things that we are going to take. We shouldn't forget that this former presidents are people that have seen it all in the party.
Okay.
The immediate past president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has been in the helm of affairs. He has stalled the country. He has related with party people. And his involvement, I believe, that will help rekindle the spirit of the party. Our former president, J. Kufuor, is also someone that has served the country. When you listen to our brothers from the other side, NDC, anytime they are making comment, they refer to President J. Kufuor as being someone that has also contributed very well to the development of this country. These two key individuals, for me, we expect that they will come to the table and offer advice, offer guidance, offer some kind of direction to the party. Our focus over here is to make sure that we'll come out from this Congress well united, well focused, and ready to make sure that we bring all party members on board and face the NDC so far as the government is concerned. Because it is clear that over the 7 months period, they are not ready to deliver on their own words. It has been scam, it has been settings, it has been things that they propagated, which are propaganda, and Ghanaians have seen it. So it is up to us to come together as a party, for which reason we have these two former presidents coming on board. So we are here in anticipation of them, to see them and to also see them contribute to this process.
Let me bring on your colleague. Thank you very much for joining us. You tell me your name and briefly, what will be your view on the proposed lowering of the national youth organizer age from 40 to 35? Is it intended to widen it up for more candidates to put themselves forward, or there is some more thinking behind that?
The political landscape, thank you for having me, is changing. And if you look at the clamor for votes, I mean, using the 2024 elections alone as a yardstick, you could tell the youth involvement post 2024 elections. We've seen what the youth is doing on social media, and you see that, yes, in the end, rebuilding or having a strong political base resides in the strength of the youth. Of course, there are some pros and cons, I mean, with this age lowering and standards. We talk of experience. There are people who have been with the constituency and have served in various capacities without necessarily having a position. And the time comes when the person believes that this is the time to put my feet, out there. And age constraints come to lower your ambitions and stop you from contesting. So yes, we can speak of the effects it's going to have on us in terms of experience. People who have been there, been through the mill, been through the political space, and we want to take a step further, but age will limit them. At the same time, brings a very positive note, which is that in the end, we will make sure we are going to have people who, at least, all things being equal, have a very good strength to lead mobilization at the base of the party. Because as you age, we all know, your body begins to give away. And if you have people below 35, clearly that's the prime age of strength, enthusiasm, energy, you name it, to marshal the party at the constituency level. So yes, we are going to have an age where there is youthful exuberance, which would help the party in mobilization. The only cons, the only disappointment, the only part that would have some negative impact, as I already intimated, is the experience bit. But I believe that each and every one within the party, you do not necessarily have to have a position before you serve. If you are above 35 and you still have to serve the party, you do not necessarily need a position to serve. We are all serving in various capacities without having any specified position in the party. So yes, the age will make sure that the youth are taking leadership reins within the party, and it will steer the party forward in our rebuilding agenda.
You are reinstating, or you're proposing to reinstate the Electoral College, Special Electoral College, when it comes to presidential primaries. What would you say has been the driving force to that proposed amendment?
So the party considered a lot of things, and this proposal, once again, is coming from the party members. Because when the Constitutional Review Committee was set up, they went everywhere within the country and collated proposals. So this is not coming from a set of people that sat in some room somewhere and proposed these things. These are coming from the base of the party, based on the journey the Constitutional Review Committee undertook to solicit views from people. And we need to recognize people who have served in certain capacities within the party. So I'm a former constituency executive, and I lose my position or I fail to contest again. For that matter, I do not have a say in what happens in the party. Don't forget, I come with experience. So yes, the party is making sure that anyone that has had any opportunity to serve in any capacity at the constituency level and the regional level, even if you finish your tenure as executive, your vote, your voice, your decision to help the party does not cease because you cease to become an executive. And it helps to cure the monetization that we've experienced in our body politics for some time now. Don't forget, we started from just a little over 1,000 votes in somewhere 2008, 2007, and we went to over 200,000. And we still see the need to increase the numbers to making sure that we have a lot of people having a say in who becomes our leader of the party. Don't forget, I always say that the best or the most ideal situation is to have every well-meaning member who is well-registered and contributing by way of dues, having a say in becoming who becomes our flag bearer. And since we can't have that ideal situation, opening up and bringing on board former executives to be part of decision-making, I believe is the right way to go.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome Tabitha. Tabitha is a member of the National Communications team. Correct me if I'm wrong. You are. Thank you very much. Tabitha, at this conference, you're proposing to allow all women, all female delegates to vote for the position of the National Women's Organizer and also lower the age of the National Youth Organizer. You're doing that from 40 to 35. Now, why would you allow all women delegates? I'm not sure if it's going to be only women delegates. If that will be the case, why would that be the case?
Okay, so as it stands, what happens is that with the NPP, it's only women that vote for the women organizers. And I think before this amendments or these proposals were made, they went round and solicited for people's views, and people made their inputs that they want that to be part of the constitution. And from what I am gathering, there is some level of neglect towards the old executives. At times they feel that immediately you are out of the position, the party kind of writes you off or something of that sort, and there is no inclusivity. They are still party members, they are still card-bearing members. They want to be seen to be part of making decisions for the party. As it stands, the Electoral College makes up about 3% of the population of NPP. And per the wisdom of most people, they think that 3% is not enough to make a decision for a big political party like the NPP. And so the need to open up for people that have experience in various fields, not only to also come on board and be part of taking the decision. And so I think it is good to involve old women organizers so that, you know, we can have some level of people with more experience to support the cause of the one that will be elected.
Thank you. Let me bring my brother back on. You're considering a restructuring of your grassroots base. Why will that be necessary, and what does the party intend to achieve with that?
So it's about representation. We seek to increase the numbers in terms of police
You're
stations.
increasing police station executives?
Exactly, increase police station executive representation. It's all about inclusivity. It's all about opening the base. It's all about giving people opportunity to start nurturing their political ambition, political interest right from the base. And of course, plenty meat does not spoil the soup, we say. So of course, we still need to get to the point where, once again, we have as many as possible party members when it comes to decision making, having a voice or having a say in who leads the party at various points. And of course, it's part of the decentralization agenda, it's part of opening up our electoral college. And where else do we need to start from? Because the fulcrum of every political party is the polling stations. And I liken the polling station to the cells of the human being. The cells that come together to form a tissue becomes organ and all that. So yes, it's the polling stations that collate to become constituencies, and the constituencies become a region. So if you do not take a particular interest in your polling station reorganization, structuring, and representation, then of course you really are casting some negative gloom for your political party. It's the wisdom of those who proposed such motion thought it wise that, of course, let's go out there, let's increase our base in terms of representation, let's give more powers to the people at the base. That is where decision making stems from, and it's all in the interest of reorganization and opening up the party to each and everyone, especially at the front of the polling station.
Thank you. Let me bring on Tabitha on this. Tabitha, you're looking at least 50 different amendments, but key among them is the presidential primaries. Some have argued that it is so done to favor certain personalities. Is it the case within the NPP, or it is actually informed by a research outcome?
So this decision is taken not because they want to favor a certain candidate. I think that position has no I don't see how that is working out for me, because looking at what is currently going on in our political party, we can all testify that our party needs a leader that, you know, can command the rest of us to follow. And as it stands, we are aware that our national chairman is currently not available, and so there's some level of leadership crisis in the NPP. And so it is important that we get one singular voice that will command or whip the rest of us to, you know, toe a particular line. Because anytime a political party goes into government and comes back, there is always this deep crack that exists in the whole system. And so it is important we get somebody that will be able to put all these factions together quickly, because, you know, cometh the time, cometh the problems, and also cometh the solution. And since we can make amendments at any time, and as it stands, people agree with us that we actually need a leader that can speak to the followers to toe a particular lane. So it is not out of order for us to say that we want to have one person leading us, so that we start from the top to bottom. It is important for us to speak for our delegates to understand the system, because those delegates that are going to vote are the same people you voted for to take decisions for you at a particular point in time. And so if at this moment in time we believe or we think that we need a leader to support the party, or to help the party rebuild itself quickly, I think it is right that we take that particular position.
Right. Okay. So Tabitha, I'm going to let you go now. We're being joined by Reverend Intim Fojo. Reverend Intim Fojo, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. Even though we're going to shortly cross over, let me come to Reverend Intim Fojo straight away. Reverend Intim Fojo is the Member of Parliament for Asin Central. Thank you very much. Asin South instead. Thank you very much. Reverend Intim Fojo, at this delegates conference, there's the proposal to amend at least 50 areas of your national constitution, especially among them is the Electoral College and the presidential primaries. what will you say will be the eventual benefit of that to the party?
You know, every party thrives on the strength and suggestions and sentiments of grassroots, the rank and file. We have many stakeholders in the aftermath of our 2024 results. We went around to listen to everyone. Our stakeholders, our former president, our elders, and even most importantly, the people within the police stations and the constituencies. They've given their brilliant suggestions, and those are the suggestions we are going to take decisions on. But among them, there were two suggestions that stood out. One was that we conduct presidential primaries first and early. And they said that they pointed us what we did in the previous electoral cycle. That it took us 3 years to conduct elections from polling station all the way to electing our presidential candidate. That affected us. We had only 1 year to prepare for elections. We didn't have sufficient time to patch up. And so this time, they want us to treat the most acrimonious election first, with the presidential primaries. Once we get that done and over with, they want us, number two, to come to the grassroots and expand it. They want many more people participating in the activities of the party in polling stations. Some suggested that we add 2 or 3. Some also suggested that we allow every card-bearing member 1 man, 1 booth. They also suggested that even within the electoral area level, we should add some 4 officers in addition to the 1 coordinator. And then they said even at the constituency level, the delegates should include former constituency officers. Some suggested at the regional level, it should include former regional officers, former MPs, former DCs. All these are brilliant suggestions. And so we must listen to the grassroots. If National Council had not listened to the grassroots sentiments and taken the decision to conduct the presidential primaries first in 31st January 2026, the grassroots would have felt so disrespected. But they formed the strength of the party, and they formed the base of the party. So in mind the same way, I'm very optimistic that conference is going to listen to the important suggestions of the grassroots who are calling for some form of expansion. As to the extent of the expansion, I cannot determine. It is conference that will decide as to which of the suggestions they will adopt. But definitely, there will be some expansion in our delegate system to make our party happy, to cure apathy, and to get everybody on board, and to have a united front in our preparation to recapture power in 2028.
You're also seeking to increase the electoral base of your constituencies. Let me get that in context, in the way it is. Increasing polling station executives and replacing single electoral areas coordinators with 5-member committees. What informed this, and how has the previous, or how has what the current structure is affected the party in even gaining your
The
strength?
suggestions the proponents of this proposal gave was that you may find a vast area comprising of about 4 or 5 polling stations constituting 1 electoral area.
Yes.
And then only 1 electoral area coordinator is coordinating the activities of all these areas. Some of those areas, they are very sparsely distributed. So you can find about 5 hamlets or 6 communities, and you find only 1 person going around and coordinating the affairs of these of these police stations. So they want 4 more people to be added. I would have said maybe 2 more to be added, but the larger majority say 4 to be added to the 1, so we have 5. Conference will take a decision on that, and they want them to the coordinating team to have at least 5-member committee, to have good supervisory hands, to be able to visit, to be able to engage more the police station executives within the police stations.
How would it look to you if every of the 50 proposed amendments are adopted today? And what would it look to you if some were dropped?
All the proposals are well intentioned. As a matter of fact, according to the briefing the Frank Davis Committee gave on the constitutional amendments, there were hundreds of proposals. However, it got sifted down and down all the way to these 50 or 56 or so. And these also cut across the hundreds of proposals that came. They're all intertwined. I cannot preempt that all will pass, but I know for sure that majority will pass because they are well intentioned. But I cannot speak for conference. Conference is the highest decision-making body. So we hope to see what conference will decide on. But I know that conference will take decisions that are in the interest of our grassroots, that are in the interest of our party, that are premised on repositioning us, rebranding us, curing apathy, bringing all hands on deck, uniting us, and making us the preferred party in this country.
Thank you very much, Reverend Ifodjo. Before you leave me, though, are you voting? Are you a delegate who has a vote?
Absolutely.
You have a vote?
Absolutely.
And what will be your message to all delegates this morning?
So we are going to build consensus, really. And so there are about 5,000 over of us who are taking part in these decisions. Yes. Our expectation is that we will build consensus on all the proposals that will come, so that it will not be subject to majority decision, it will not be subject to voting, but we will have unanimous, we will have consensus built so that when certain proposals are brought forth, all of us will agree that this is the way we must go. All of us will agree that this must be tweaked this way, or this must be put on ice for now. And in that spirit, we would have a very united front.
Thank you very much, Reverend Ifodjo, for joining us on GBC News. Right.
But there's nothing like top-down approach. It is all propaganda.
We haven't mentioned that this morning, Reverend.
Not this morning, but your platform is a big one.
Yes, sure.
And it reaches wide publics. There is some propaganda out there, and I'm using your medium to signal this information that there's nothing like top-down approach adopted by the NPP in constituting our internal structures.
Right.
What we have done is that in Article 13, the conduct of presidential primaries, it is always separate from the rest of the internal structures. And the grassroots advise us to do it first, and so we are doing it first. When we are done, we'll come back to the internal structures, start from the bottom, the police stations, expand it, come to electoral area, expand it, go to constituency, go to region, and go to national. So what is top down about this approach?
Well,
and so thank you very much for giving me your platform to assure the good people of Ghana and our party that those were misinformation going on. Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you very much, Reverend. That's Reverend Ifodjo, the Member of Parliament for... Yes, I'm going to take your final words as well because I'm crossing over shortly to the studio. Tabitha, what do you have to say before you depart?
Okay, so what I have to say is that I am expecting to have a very peaceful program here, and I believe that in the spirit of goodwill for party and for country, we make amendments that will inure to the benefit of not only the NPP but also the country as a whole. They suggested that we expand the electoral college. It's a good call, and I believe that the delegates themselves will endorse those things to take effect. But there is one thing I want to speak against that has to do with the mob action at electoral polling stations or electoral sites. It is something that we should all come together to condemn. I haven't seen the media do so much in condemning what happened in Ablekumanov, and I think that it is important.
What will you have the media do? It's your election. We are there to share whatever information, whatever content you generate.
Yes.
If you two political parties decide to behave, that is what we will put out.
Okay.
And to criticize the media and say you have not seen us done so much is rather unfortunate, in that if we have not spoken, we would have known something happened.
Let me tell you why I'm saying this. I saw a video footage of a journalist in Joy Prime.
That's Joy Prime.
Yes.
Shall we
because I talked about the media. And since you are saying the media, I want you to understand where I'm coming from. The media is not helping to call out people who are into mob action. As as it even starts,
Tabitha,
the president
GBC will
is
not
yet
endorse
to
any
come
form of
out.
violence.
Yes, because you saw that.
And that is
You
the
saw,
reason why.
you saw that they attacked not only NPP but also the media people.
Tabitha, will leave it here.
So,
thank you very much. And so that is Tabitha. We're coming over to you, George, in the studio. This has been our initial broadcast here at the University of Ghana Stadium, where this morning the NPP's National Delegates Conference is taking place. Thank you so very much. You take over in the studio, George.
All right, thank you very much. That was Darrell and Gifty there at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium, where the NPP National Delegate Conference is expected to come off there, and we'll still be monitoring feeds from there. When everything starts, we'll take you over. But as I stated earlier, more than 5,500 delegates of the NPP are expected in this particular conference, and for their annual delegate conference, which is going to take very critical decisions. And at the heart of this decision is a proposal or a proposed amendment to expand the base of the delegates who elect the party's presidential candidates. This is a move that members of the party thinks that will promote everybody coming on board, and also take away some bit of dominance in there. Now, that's amendments jointly proposed by Peter McMenu and Evans Nemako, also seeking to abolish Article 1319 of the NPP Constitution, which established the Special Electoral College. Now, the Special Electoral College, per its composition for the NPP, is not representative enough, delays the conduct of presidential primaries, and also has never served the purpose of minimizing undue contentions in the whole process for the NPP, plus other amendments that have been proposed. 50 of them. We'll take you through it, though, and I'll let you know exactly what will be happening at the conference. But to join us for us to speak further on some of these things, we'll build up the events and happenings in the past and after the general election itself that saw the defeat of the NPP and subsequently in-house fighting within the NPP and decision to go for the conference and decision to elect the presidential candidates first before electing party officials, and those for it, those against it, and things happening that finally has led to this particular day that the party is organizing its annual National Delegate Conference that's coming off at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. This is GBC News, and we have in the studio Kojo Siama Ado. Kojo is a governance and political analyst, and he's joined us for us to have this conversation. Kojo, good morning.
George, morning.
I hope you're good.
I'm well. Yourself?
I did give you.
I did give you.
All right. Let's start off. Let me have your general take, an overview of everything that has happened so far, from that announcement of a conference to today.
I believe that the NPP, the New Patriotic Party, is going through a transitional phase, right from the exit of the former president Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the lead up to the general elections, which they lost, presenting Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and then also building a campaign team that I felt that most of their machinery wasn't at the base of the constituency and the people as well too. And then certain policies, certain decisions that were taken whilst they were in government for the past 8 years didn't also help them. Then electing national leadership that I felt that didn't carry much of the spirit and enthusiasm of the majority of the youth of the party. Though they were youth in nature, however, when you look at their energy levels, they didn't really touch down well with the people. The Akufo-Addo as a brand, left the party with his cohorts of political personalities. Some of them were recycled from the Kufuor era, came back to Akufo-Addo's time. The Yaosafo Mafo and his group came back again. Now, when Akufo-Addo as a person left, he left with all these people. And that has created a sort of leadership, eldership vacuum within the party.
Okay.
So it has given room for those who were at the peripherals to know that now there is space for me to be seen, for me to be counted, for me to also have influence and power of authority. Let me also go in and seek for a national leadership position, or by extension, the biggest of them, or that is the flag bearer position. So these and many more are leading up to the various cracks, the divisions, and that is why they are coming out to say that they are rebuilding on or with their values. And
will you say that is an admission that they moved away from their values?
Exactly. That is a clear. When I saw it, I spoke to a few of them. I was like, when you say you are rebuilding, then it means that it's a clear admission of the fact that indeed there is a collapse, both at the leadership, both at the structures, and then even at the grassroots. There is something that is broken, but they didn't admit it. When portions of the supposedly leaked Microcode report came out and then cited certain things, they didn't admit it. But clearly, by using the word rebuilding, just like the NDC, resetting, it means that something is broken. It means that it's an admission that indeed we didn't get something right and we want to get it right based on our values and then principles that they claim that they are really building. But do they have everybody on board?
For the rebuilding.
For the rebuilding agenda? What is the rebuilding agenda? Which aspect of their administrative systems are they rebuilding? Which aspect of their leadership crisis are they fixing? Which aspect of their brand as NPP are they really pushing? Because we've seen it before. The NDC went through that phase and they really came out very strong. So I would believe that not just the tagline rebuilding with our values, but it should be able to segment the various rebuilding blocks for Ghanaians and their party members to know, and whichever block that any other person aligns with or aligns to, the person will also come on board with views and expressions that will go far for the next 4 years, so that by the time that we go into the next general elections, the party will be formidable. And then the confidence that is gradually eroding, as I keep saying, the confidence in the NPP keep eroding each and every day. People have that confidence.
Is that block not the value system? Because again, if you look at that theme, rebuilding together with our values, is that block not the value system? An admission that they have moved away from those values that they had then. So now they think that they need to get those values back.
For when J. Kufuor left the scene, he came in with the values of the Dankwa Buzia Dombo tradition at the back of Professor Edu Boahin, who was the immediate after Kufuor came in. It was very strong. They held on to certain values. Social democracy, they are in for development, in freedom. They are in for the ordinary Ghanaian. This is my candid opinion, and probably I might be chastised by it from the party, that when Kufuor left the scene, those values left with Kufuor, and an individual came in with his, or let me say his value. The Akufo-Addo brand is a very strong brand. That came in with certain values that hitherto were changing, but in a subtle way, not aligning probably with the parties, but sometimes you have your way, and you when you gauge the temperature, then the other leading members were thinking that, oh, when they went for meetings and then decisions were taken, immediately the old boy says something, it goes with it. So I believe that since Kufuor left, most of the principles, values has been that of the Akufo-Addo value. Because they were presenting Akufo-Addo as a candidate for presidency. So then it is what the old boy wanted, what he needed, and how he wanted things to be done to push him to the presidency. And I believe that that was done. When they came into government as well too, it was more of the Akufo-Addo brand.
Yeah.
More of the Akufo-Addo brand.
Yeah.
And he succeeded throughout for the 8 years to be very dominant. Because whatever be the case, when you are the flag bearer, you are the leader of the party. Though the elected officials, the chairman together with the general secretary, the organizers are there. But hey, listen, he is now the one holding the flag of the party. And he feels that he is charting a course and all of you must do well to align with his vision.
Again, with that, if you look at former President Kufuor's time when he was the president, yes, he was the leader of the party, but we saw that strong showing and influence coming from the party executives, the Delegates, the Dambuchis. I mean, they were so strong in there. You could see how they were running things. So I was wondering how that quickly changed in there.
Because there were personalities who were very strong, stronger even than the Kufuor brand. You mentioned one, the Delegates. Then you talk about Dambuchi.
Yeah,
You talk about the former minister of tourism, this fair man, the late Obechebi Lamte.
Yeah.
The Oboshi psychophys who were working behind the scenes. These are people who were very, very astute. And then the former MP for Ablekuma North. There's this man whose daughter lost before they
Kwamina
Battles.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at this crop of persons, when they come together as a unit, they are very, very strong. So sometimes their opinions carry a lot of weight. So when they left the scene with their expertise. They left the scene with their spirits. They left the scene with their personalities. And then came the Akufo-Addo brand. During the Akufo-Addo era, who would you say that was that very strong?
As a party executive. Yeah.
Apart from the most loudest of them, or may his soul rest in peace, Sir John. Which of them again? Peter Menu was indeed operating. But at the end of the day, you realize that he was operating based on the fact that he was an elected official, the chairman of the party. There came Mr. Blay. Yes. Transitioning from the CPP to the NPP and to become the chairman of the party. What voice do you have? Because already you don't have a base, you don't have a root within the party. So probably whatever the candidate says must go, will just go. So I believe that has been the problem of the NPP from the Kufuor era up to this time.
I mean, even before all of that, we also saw what Paul Afoko and then Kwabena Japan went through, and then finally they had to be taken out, and then we had Freddie Blay also coming in, right? And my question is that if Paul Afoko and Kwabena Japan had stayed on, would there have been that kind of influential leadership, a type of executive that can hold the party and also ensure that the government runs effectively, so that the president will not solely be seen as the only figure running both?
I believe so. I believe so. The likes of Nano Hininto, the likes of Alan Chemanting's issues, going, coming back again. All these things, I believe if they had these strong persons still leading and separating the party leadership from the Jubilee House, it would have been very, very good for them. But you're on suspension, we don't recognize your views. All of these culminated into the leadership crisis that have now crystallized now. They felt that it wouldn't become a bombshell, but it has become a very big bombshell now. I believe that the ill handling of the Alan Chemartin issue, and then the former chairman that you mentioned his name,
Paul Afoko.
Paul Afoko's issue, there were people who were disgruntled. who felt, then don't mind you, George. All these persons have constituencies.
Yeah, you have your own blocks. Yeah.
All these persons have their, in quote, army. When they live with them because they buy food for them. Buy food in the sense that they look after some of these people. They are their political godfathers, political godmothers. So when they leave, they also feel aggrieved. Did their party put in structures to listen to the people? They thought that they had done away with one person. But indeed, they did away with a lot of people. Paula Foko had people following him. Nano Hininto had people following him. The former general secretary, who was Adenta constituency MP, this man who wears his glasses, he was a former general communications director, who went to pitch camp with Alan Chemanting. He also left. And many of the people felt that at a point, their views and opinions were not being considered. Because probably directives were coming from the Jubilee House, which didn't used to be the case in the era of the Kufuor administration. So if they will come out from this conference, I believe that the NPP should come out very strong, healed.
Okay.
They should heal themselves to be able to situate themselves as a very formidable political party that is ready to wrestle power from the NDC.
Okay.
Other than that, if this conference is not able to give them that opportunity of healing, and people still come out again with issues that depart from the general views and standings of the party, it will be a big issue for the party.
All right. We'll quickly pick some thoughts coming from the former chairman of the NPP, that's Peter McMinu, who was speaking on the expansion of the Electoral College. And that's going to push us into our next stage of the conversation, where we're going to look at those proposals that have come up. We understand that over 50 of these proposals that have already come up. But a major question that I'm going to ask Kojo is that, so if the NPP had not lost the 2024 election, would they have thought of these proposals? But first of all, let's take a listen to Peter McMinu on some of these proposals and the expansion of the Electoral College. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
You proposed several key amendments, and one of them is expanding the electoral college, the base of your party. Do you think that is the way to go?
It is a progressive increment. We are not rushing because the infrastructure, before you allow everybody to vote, the infrastructure must be ready. And when I talk about infrastructure, I'm talking about the database, the identity, etc., so that the 48,000 or so polling stations, all our membership, will be able to identify and have their data. So it's a progressive one. We don't have this kind of data, I'm telling you now. But for now, we are accommodating some of our own party members we intend to accommodate some of our own party members who have been ministers, who have been DCs, who have been former parliamentary candidates, who have been patrons, who have been members of the Council of Elders, who have been members of the TESCON, etc. So there are so many other people who we neglect to come on board in decision making in the party.
University of Ghana, where the National Delegates Conference of the New Patriotic Party is taking place. And as you can see, the delegates are beginning to take their seats. You can have the camera pan to my left. You see quite a number of people have arrived and they have taken their, and we've been told that any moment from now the program is going to start. But with the hierarchy of the take their seat, so the camera can go to my left to the dais over there. You could see that it's still empty. The dignitaries are yet to come and then take their seats for the program to begin. But trust me, the whole stadium is beginning to get busy. People have come in here from all over the country, hoping to contribute party, and which ultimately hopes to win the political power in Ghana and also increase the visibility of the party in parliament in terms of the parliamentarians. And some of the delegates here, and we'll go to them and have a quick conversation. My name is Gifty AJ, and you are live. Yes, please do. Okay. And you're live on GBC News. Kindly introduce yourself,
sir. My name is Dennis Miracles Award.
Okay, sir. We're told the program will begin at 8 o'clock, and it's past 11, my brother.
This is all conference. It began, it started. So everything you're experiencing is all part of the conference. When we are having the conference, this is all part of it. It has begun. So don't worry. I suppose you are... Formal is what you're experiencing now. Okay. No, the conference is not a rigid event. It is a period of union. It is a period of family gathering. So all you're experiencing here is part of it.
Yes. But for you, what time?
In the next 45 minutes.
The next 45 minutes. Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Oh, we have... Okay, so what should we be looking out for?
Well, I mean, today the New Patriotic Party is looking at specifically discussing some reforms which are geared towards strengthening our party. We've been running with this constitution for a couple of years. There are a few areas that the view of the party people is we improve. Some things should be taken out, others should be upgraded, amended, and basically a little over 50 proposals that will be tabled before conference for approval or otherwise. Then we can live here with a more unified, strong, formidable for 2028 elections.
Okay, my brother. Thank you so much. We are grateful. And if you just joined us, you're watching GBC News, and we coming to you live from the University of Ghana Sports Stadium here in Accra. And this is where the National Delegates Conference of the NPP is taking place. And I have more delegates to speak to. I'll take you first, sir. Hello, good morning. Please, you are live on GBC News. What's your full name, constituency you are representing, sir?
Okay, my name is Edi Kaliona Tezala. I'm the chairman of the Regional Council of Elders of Upper West Region. Yeah.
So what are your expectations for today's event?
Well, today's event is a very big event and a very, very necessary one. We have decided to do it this way this time because do things the same way all the time, you cannot expect any different results. And that's precisely why we change some things in our constitution that we think will help change the strategy in our party and make the party stronger, make the party more united, and make the ordinary Ghanaians. I think basically this is what we are here for today.
Thank you so much, sir. We are grateful for your time. Thank you. Hello, sir. Good morning. My name is Gifty AJ, and you are live on GBC News. Your name, please, and the constituency you are representing, sir.
My name is Halassan Yusuf. I'm the Assistant Regional Secretary for the Upper West Region. Yeah.
And how's that?
Sure. I arrived yesterday. Guests from the region yesterday in the afternoon. And I must say that it's been good so far.
Okay, that's interesting. Good to know. And a lot of you are talking about unity. For you, what role does it play in this whole event? We'll be observing some few hours.
I think in every situation, once there is no unity, you will not be able to achieve your objectives or whatever goals you set for yourself. And clearly, as a political party, we've come far as a party, but it's also quite clear that we are not as united as we used to be. Knowing the NPP, 2016 we won elections overwhelmingly. Our fortunes declined somehow in the 2020 elections. And 2024, we all know the story. We lost the elections, and I know those that will be accepted will be a catalyst for us to reunite as a party and come back for power in 2028. I have a strong feeling that 2028 the NPP will be coming back to power from today. And from what I've seen here clearly, even if you look at the environment, you know that the party is poised to reclaim power. And I know the unity will come starting from today.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. We are so grateful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we have more. Honorable Kokofu here, one of the key top hierarchy of the party.
Good morning.
Oh, I like your outfit.
Wow, thank you very much.
The red, the white, the blue. It looks so good on you.
That is the best colors you can have, combination of colors.
That's good. So, what are the expectations? Are you looking forward to?
Let me begin by saying thank you, God Almighty, for giving us such a wonderful day. We are all here as a family, New Patriotic Party members, coming in to honor an annual obligation within our constitution. That's conference, delegates. My expectations are just so simple. I want us to meet as a group, as a family, forge unity among us, set a tone to reconcile ourselves, and then prepare ourselves very well as we go ahead to rebuild the party. Where we are now, we are at crossroads as a political party. And without mincing words, we need unity, cohesion among ourselves in order to come back fully on our feet as a formidable force within the democratic dispensation of Ghana. We are ready, we are prepared. As you see around, the enthusiasm is so high. People so high. Is back. The cohesion spirit is back. The unity spirit is back. All that I'm looking up to is for the handlers of the program to continue to administer the entire show in order for us to finish well. The people here are here just to support New Patriotic Party through whatever means that the party will have to come up with. We are not, and let me put it, we are not perturbed by the fact that we are in opposition. No, we've been here before, and what we did to get back to power, we're going to do the same again.
And you think victory is possible?
Well, it is very possible. The only caveat, the only condition is the fact that we must provide a united front. Unity lies strength. And with that unity, we are sure to get to the people of Ghana, convince the people of Ghana, and let them know that we are ready and prepared. We've learned our lessons of the past, and we are coming in with new ideas, new commitment to serve Ghana and to serve Ghana better. So, no doubt, we can win 2028 if we go ahead and reconcile ourselves, then rank and file, unite everybody, and then we move forward.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for your time. And indeed, he says, lies strength. These are live pictures coming to you from the University of Ghana Sports Stadium here in Accra. And this is where the conference NPP is taking place. And you can see excitement here. The place is so charged up. And that make affairs of their party. So this live picture coming to you from sports.
That was gifted there at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium, where the NPP annual National Delegates Conference is expected to start, where certain reforms are expected to take place within the Constitution. Just to take you a bit back, on April 16, 2025, of the party constituted a 9-member Constitution Amendment Committee, and following the submission of a report coming from the Professor Michael Quay-led committee to look into the 2024 election and why the NPP lost. Now, the committee, which was subsequently inaugurated by the national chairman on April 25, had members like Frank Davis, who was the chair of that committee, among other members, to look at certain key things within the report of Professor Michael Quay. Now, their terms of reference, number one, was to identify provision of the party's constitution that require amendment in order to give effect to the recommendation of the Michael Quay committee report. Two, to work on the recommendation of the 2021 Constitution Review Committee chaired by Honorable Alexander Fenyomakin. Three, to receive proposal from party members and identifiable groups for amendment to the party constitution. This is playing a key part in it. Four, to categorize the proposals under the various articles and clauses of ease of reference. And then the fifth one is to make appropriate recommendation to guide the debate at the National Delegates Conference, which is happening this morning. After everything, over 50 amendments have been proposed to take effect at this particular event. Like I mentioned earlier, we're going to go into it, but let me just quickly introduce our next guest who's joined us, Loratu Musa Saka, who is a member of the NPP. She is also a member of the communication team. Loratu, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing? It's been a while. I heard your money has come, so you've done
in a position. That's
possible.
Nice. I'm blessed.
It's possible. Anything is possible. At least you run with the tagline, it's possible.
Right?
It's possible. It is possible. That is opposition, your money complete. Well, how has it been? I mean, preparations and everything building up to this day.
So far, so good. I mean, officially, conference started yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Because yesterday was when delegates arrived. Some arrived quite late because delegates are coming from all over the country, from Upper West down to Greater Accra. So it's like, even with Greater Accra, there are some coming from the outskirts of Accra. So the arrival was yesterday. Preparation was still ongoing as at this morning. But you should see the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. You know, this is the first party engagement or party meeting, if I should put it that way, since election.
Okay.
And we also have a few other activities that are coming up. So everybody is there in the day, but the main focus today is for conference delegates to accept the motions that will be moved.
Okay.
And these motions are about 56, of them. Okay. You know, you read out from the meeting of National Council to looking at their terms of reference and all that, we received about over 300 amendment suggestions, to put it in that context. I mean, via email and all that. But the committee was also mandated to put it under the various articles in the Constitution, because it's a matter of amendment, not a drafting of a new Constitution. So that's what we are at the University of Ghana to do today.
How important is this exercise for the NPP?
Extremely important.
Extremely
important.
What makes it extremely important?
Like you read out, in 2021 there was a committee led by current minority leader Fenyomakin, and I mean there were a lot of things, time constraints and all that. So it was shelved at a conference because there were other pertinent issues that had to be dealt with. So it was shelved. And I mean, the world is moving so fast, evolving so fast. There are a lot of things that are changing. When this constitution was drafted, I don't think digital communication was this pervasive, you know. So it's also sort of like put our democracy in another form. Because now everybody is saying what they want to say. Once you have a page or you have a social media account, you can say whatever you want to say. So there are a lot of conversations going on, a lot of lessons learned prior to election, during election, after election. There's 7 months that we've been in opposition after 8 years of being in power. So a lot of lessons have been learned. And if you realize most of the motions are looking at institutionalized things that on a normal operation were like conventions, were like, suggestions people make. But if you go through the 56 motions, you realize there's like everything must be institutionalized, so nobody has a window to either misbehave or take advantage of the party. So it's extremely important that conference decides on it. The highest decision-making body of our party decides on these motions so that we can reorganize properly, rebuild our party, and recapture.
Okay, I was having a conversation with Kojo earlier before you came in concerning your theme, which is rebuilding together with our values.
Yes.
Is it that admission that you, as a party, you went away from your values?
I mean, not to say an explicit yes.
Okay,
but
there's a grey area in there.
There are a lot of grey areas that people were taking advantage of. And I mean, we've seen a lot of things that are not so of NPP. I was having a conversation with some of my colleagues in the party yesterday, and it's like the whole outrage when an NPP person misconducts themselves. It comes with a different attention than when an NDC person goes on that. We are seen in a certain way. I mean, we are a democracy. So you remember in times past, you hear election when they left President Kufuor, not necessarily to say that there's no order, but everybody's voice counts. Once you're making it the way you're supposed to make it. But with social media, I mean, in times past, it was GBC.
Yes.
Then came TV3, then came Metro. I have like 5 others. So, I mean, and a growing comes on board. Everybody comes with an interest. But this is to ensure that we put the party's interest ahead of any individual's interest. And the best way to do that is have guidelines that cover the pertinent issues and the processes the party goes through to choose leadership, to take decisions and all that, so that everybody is aware. Recently, the Patriotic Institute was launched because we realized that most people
some people
were
thought it was a copy of the NDCs.
Oh, but these days, even production companies who reinvents the wheel, you just pick it and make it better. I mean, my brother here is drinking chocolate.
Yeah.
But there are different versions. What did we know? We knew Milo, not to advertise for anybody.
Yeah.
We knew Lipton.
Yeah.
But now there's tea different. So that one is a no-brainer.
Okay. I wanted to start this question with Kojo, but since you're here, would the NPP have made these changes and these proposals if the NPP had won the 2024 elections? Would he have still gone ahead to make such changes?
Oh, definitely.
Really?
Oh, definitely. I mean, we have conference. It's part of our items in our constitution. I mean, you definitely need
would have
to
made these changes,
Oh, yes,
especially these
2020.
over 50 proposals.
Even if we hadn't done that, the 2021 recommendations would have been looked at a point. But look at 2021 to 2025, 4 years.
Yeah.
A lot has changed.
Oh, okay.
So definitely we've gained new members who also have their own understanding of things. But the moment you put all these things together, the motion is moved. This is to guide the debates at conference. You know, so once we all agree that this is the way we are moving forward, we become a check on each other. If you go contrary to it, you are part of it. Because even though it's not every card-bearing member of the NPP that will be there, every member voted at a point, from polling station to constituency to region. Today we have constituency executives and regional executives representing each region. So my constituency, whether I'm there or not, members of my constituency are represented by their 17 executives from those who are voted for, those who are appointed are there. And once you give people leadership, you have that trust in them to make decisions for you in the right direction.
Could you same question? Would NPP have made these changes or proposed these changes if they had won the 2024 election?
I think that some of them are recycled from the
2021
coming forward. But I believe the attention and focus wouldn't have been much as it is now, because it says that you don't change a winning team. Exactly. So if what worked for them, that gave them the power to lead the nation, was the baseline of their constitution, together with bylaws and the rest of them, they would have changed, but it wouldn't have been as many as this, and then also the attention also wouldn't have been this way too. But now, when you look at the expansion of the delegates list, former MPs, MMDC, TESCON representatives, and then also the diaspora branch delegates and the rest of them, you ask yourself that all these persons also indeed have, as I keep on indicating, constituencies. They've been leaders before, and they command a certain weight within the party. So if you feel that now these persons are supposed to come on board and then also do away with they have one that Chairman Menu also seek to eliminate. I think Article 13, Clause 9, which mandates a special college shortlist presidential candidate. And remember, that damaged the NPP greatly some time ago with Alan
damage.
Yes, indeed. When they felt that it was more of a elitist club, and that since they are few, there will be the opportunity for a presidential candidate to be able to influence some of them, so that at least when there are more than 5 candidates and you are able to sort, in quotes, these electoral college persons out, you'll be able to get your way through it, and then also get away with the all-inclusivity aspect of it, and everybody has a voice and everybody has equal representation in it as well too. Alan didn't feel okay with it. Adainimu, they didn't feel okay
in shortlisting.
In shortlisting.
But you know that's also coming from a history.
Yes.
Where I think after 2008 there about,
yes,
they had over 10
More than that.
Yes, that's what I put it.
General Mosquito described them as what?
No, we'll leave that one out for now. They had even I think over 15 of them.
Yeah.
So when we were
after
contesting after President
Kufuor,
Kufuor,
17,
yes. So that's the history.
Yes.
Which influenced the special college, so that you can limit it to a certain number. So now there are
lessons, and I'm happy that whatever step that you take, especially when you are leading a group of people who have different interests and who have different ideologies, though they all align with the elephant ideology, but deep down within them, the implementation and then their level of love, connection with that would be different as well too. So when you take a step and you feel that it didn't go as you desired, it's good to have amendment and to make it look good. They didn't like that idea of a lot of people on the ballot paper. They didn't like that idea of people teasing them, and they felt that to wait when there is a vacant position, anybody at all. They thought that we shouldn't limit it to just anybody at all. There should be some sort of criteria that one person needs to meet before you are able to. And they thought that an electoral college will be able to do them that good by pruning these persons down to a certain number.
All right. Kojo, let's take a listen to Chairman Wuntumi, who is the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the NPP. Oh, I think she's...
Word, we are live on GBC.
Thank you. I'm okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, as you can see, this is the University of Ghana Sports Stadium here in Accra, and we are interacting with some of the dignitaries here. And so, we'll go to Chairman Wuntumi again and speak to him. Okay, Chairman, so we are now live on GBC News, so we might have to do it again. So share with us your expectations for today.
My expectation is no different from everybody. In NPP, we believe in ideas. So in Article 19, so many people have tendered 300 proposals through General Secretary. So last month, General Secretary published and sent it to 16 regions, 276 constituencies. So today is the day to come and deliberate about the ideas for us to choose the best for our party. So we are here to, as you can see, to make a right decision for our party, to enable us, to give us more energy and hope to win election 2028. That is why we are here.
So it is possible in 2020.
Possible, more possible. It is possible. It is possible. They just delay us, but they can't stop us from winning election 2028. They can't stop us. It is possible.
Thank you so much, Chairman Wuntumi, for that. Okay, so let me quickly go to my next guest, and Mount Sinai. Today is actually, of course, atomic.
Atomic,
Honorable, I know today is a very, it's a big day in the history of your party, very strategic for your party.
I think it's a watershed conference. You know, it's a conference that will determine how we proceed for the next several years. Because there's been a growing feeling in our party that decision-making should be more participatory and that we should include a lot more of the grassroots. So there has always been a push for one man, one vote, what people call OMOV. So that eventually we are targeting that every member of the party who is of good standing should be given a voting right to participate in elections in our party. And as the forebears of democracy in Ghana, I think our party should take the lead in achieving that. It's going to be tough to do that within the time constraints that we have. And that's how come I proposed a set of proposals to the amendment committee.
Would you want to share with us key among them?
Yes, I mean, I think key amongst them was the expansion of the Electoral College to include all former polling station executives, electoral area coordinators, constituency executives, regional executives, and national executives. And then also former members of parliament, former DCs and MCs who also played a role in this party, especially during the time of President Kufuor and President Akufo-Addo. And to expand to include all executives in our diaspora branches. Now they are just given a certain amount. So because I think that making it more inclusive would allow more of our grassroots to feel a sense of belonging, a sense of participation, a sense of appreciation that their views matter in the determination as to who leads our political party. Unfortunately, the proposals that I've seen has one missing.
And which one is that?
It's the polling station executives and the electoral area coordinators. I think what I've seen is that there's an attempt to nominate 2 more polling station executives to add to that. I think that is not enough, but I'm one person. But I've sent a letter to all the delegates, and I hope this is the highest decision-making body of the NPP. So in spite of the fact that the National Council has made these proposals, they remain proposals. This conference can decide to add or subtract. And I hope that they would add and allow all former polling station executives to have a voting right. And the advantages are many. You go to the constituencies where we have the issue of independent candidates, it's always a matter of polling station executives who have lost their positions, who are unhappy, who think that they have been schemed or orchestrated out, and therefore they detach themselves from the party. And the apathy that we saw in the 24 election, which cost us our defeat. If you look at the NDC vote, it increased by less than 200,000. Ours dropped by more than 2.5 million. So if we can work hard to win back our lost flock, I do believe that we have a good chance of returning to power in 2028. So I hope that today, we have already seen a limited expansion. If we can go further and add the electoral area coordinators and the polling station executives of yesteryear, so that all of them who feel a sense of pain and neglect at home will feel a part of the decision-making body. So that is really, for me, the most important aspect of today's conference. The enlargement of the Electoral College that decides on who becomes the presidential candidate.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kwabena AJ Ejapon. We are so good.
GBC has always been my home. It's the premier station of Ghana, and I continue to love it and watch it. And I wish all of you working for this great organization and the service that you've given to Ghana, you continue to serve, because I'm very proud of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, having hosted sports highlights for close to 10 years in the late 80s to the mid-90s. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your kind endorsements. We are so grateful. Thank you so much. Hello, sir. Would you want to share, give us a word? Would you want to give us a word? You are live on GBC News. Your name and constituency you are representing.
My name is Honorable Sanning, former MP from Poho and Deputy Minister for Energy. I think my big uncle have said it all. We are here as a body, as an organization, as a political party. We all know political party or politics is very dynamic. And every period and each season comes with a lot of things that we have to look at it and bring some changes to bring a force and energy into the party. And as my big brother said, we are here with a lot of motions that are going to be tabled. And we are looking at some amendments that will expand the Electoral College and bring all hands on board former MPs, former DCs, former polling station executives, former electoral coordinators, former regional executives, and former national executives. There was a certain apathy in the previous years to the current state of the party. And so we want to do some amendments so that we can unite and then win power in 2028. And that's the reason why we have added.
Which of the amendments are you more interested in? Among the lots, which one would you say, among the lots, which of them would you say is your heartbeat? Among the lots, among the amendments, which one do you think will be your priority area?
The expansion of the Electoral College. Yeah, that's the priority because that's calling. That's a calling from the grassroots. When you go to a grassroots and you are talking to the rank and file of the party, what everybody is yearning for is the expansion of the Electoral College. And so that's the priority and that is the cry of the party. And that's what I'm looking for. That at the end of the day, we'll have that amended.
And victory 2028, you can say it.
Let's finish the restructuring of the party, okay? And I think it is today that we'll have the deadline for the following structures that we have, and then the reorganization, the rebuilding of the party will start from today. So after this particular conference, that is where the roadmap will be set, and that is where things will fall in its place, and then we can talk about the flag bearership and the rest that we need to do to put the party on foot. And the vehicle will take place, and then we'll move on.
Thank you so much, Honorable, and wishing you all the best. And so we're still speaking to some of the delegates here at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. And let me go to my lady, the only woman so far. Hello, ma. Good morning. Good morning. You're live on Hello, ma. Good morning, and you're live on GBC News. My name is Gifty AJ, and yours?
My name is Abna Osayasa, Member of Parliament for Etiwa East.
Obviously, today is a big day for your party.
Clearly, you can tell that everything here is big. We are waiting for what the majority of the party people will tell us concerning the amendments that we are here to prefer for the party and make the party fit for purpose and more inclusive.
What are your expectations, personally?
Personally, I cannot say this or that. But what I will say is that we are looking forward to the majority of the delegates telling us exactly what they want from these amendments that we have proposed. You will not get 100% yes or 100% no, but what the majority wants, because we want to make the base of the party more inclusive, because that was one of the reasons why I believe things did not go the way it went, did not go well for us in 2024. And this is one of the reasons why it went that way. And so we are hoping, this is not an imposition, that is why we have gathered all the delegates from 276 constituencies to come and tell us the amendments that we have worked on, what we sent to every constituency. You have read it. Come and tell us, what are your reasons why we should let it pass? What are your reasons why we should stay put? But at the end of the day, the most important thing is that we want it to be more inclusive, and making it more inclusive, embracing more Ghanaians and carrying Ghanaians along with us. We believe that is the way to go for us to recapture power in 2028.
Thank you, Honorable, for your time. We are so grateful. So we bringing you a lot of views from the University of Ghana, Sports Stadium here in Accra. And this is where the 2025 National Delegates Conference get active with some of the delegates here. Seeing our live pictures from the stadium.
right, if you check with our time, it's midday, and this is GBC News. This is our coverage of the NPP Annual Delegate Conference that's coming off at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. It's a conference that is expected to have lots of amendments for the NPP's constitution, over 50 amendments, around 56 of these amendments. One of them has got to do with the doing away with the special electoral college, which is a proposal from the national chairman, former national chairman Peter McMenu, and others seek to eliminate Article 1939, which we've talked about here, which mandates a special college to shortlist presidential aspirants to 5. Critics argue that the current system is elite and it's open for a lot of manipulation. There's also the expanded delegates list that says that the electoral college for presidential primaries may include all polling station executives, former members of parliament, MMDCs, TESCON representatives, and the diaspora branch delegates too. There's also the grassroots restructuring that talks about polling station expansion amendments suggesting an increase in polling station executive from 5 to 11 or to 15 members, adding roles like deputies and council of elders. There is one concerning women and youth representation that talks about the National Women's Organizer election. That's Hawa Kumsin proposes allowing all female delegates to vote for the position, arguing for broader inclusivity. And then the youth wing age cap here, a proposal to lower the youth age limit from 40 to 35 years, aims to align leadership with younger members or young members' aspirations. So the youth age here dropped from 40 to 35. That's going to be an interesting one. And then the Nasara wing reformed. The Nasara wing also seeks renaming to Nasara and Settler Organizer, and inclusion at polling stations to increase mobilization in Zongo and settler communities too. There's also the financial administrative overhaul, the national treasurer role. The NPP USA suggests rebranding the position as chief funding officer to emphasize resource mobilization. And then the finance committee expansion, Dr. Charles Dowena proposes merging campaign funding under a finance and fundraising committee to improve accountability. So just few of these, and as we move on, I'll be letting you in some of these proposals. Our guests are still here with us. Kojo Esiamado, who is a governance and political analyst. We also have Laura Tumusa Saka. He's a member of the NPP. She is a member of the NPP, and she's a member of the NPP communication team. Laura, these proposals that have been put across, which one of them, they are important though, but which one quickly catches your eye?
Yes. So when you look at when you go into the individual ones, yes, that is not what conference is looking at today.
Oh, okay.
So if you remember when the committee was outdoor, they were also allowed to modify some of those things and also group the recommendations.
Oh, okay.
So if we stick to the 56 motions, then we can have a more
okay. But these ones attached to an individual ones in there.
You know, individuals gave
proposals. Okay.
And it had to be put in a report.
Okay. So these proposals have been put in motions.
Put in motions and put under the various articles that they, the context in which they can be captured within the existing constitution.
All right. Let me just quickly go to some of the motions. The motion 1 talks about Article 1. It says that amend Article 1 of the Constitution to include the party's motto, symbol, and colors. Now, the reasoning behind this is that the absence of the party's motto, symbol, and colors in the Constitution is an obvious omission and ought to be rectified. The party's motto, symbol, and color must find expression in the party's constitution. So that's the first motion in there. And then the second motion talks about Article 3.7. It says amend Article 3.7.
If you go through, it's been arranged article by article. So the amendments are that every article. So you see motion 2 is Article 3, motion 3, Article 4, 3.7, 5. So there are some of the articles that have more than one suggested amendment. So motion 6 is Article 6.1, motion 7 is Article 6.1, Article 7.2.9.1. And so they grouped them. In terms of the theme and the articles they find itself in. So if you're talking about youth, you're talking about Electoral College. So the article that defines those things, you put the suggested amendments so that it makes it easier to amend accordingly. Because at conference, the motion will be moved. Whoever has anything to say, and you've seen the screens, they will be projected, and the amendments will be done accordingly, motion by motion till the 56th motion.
Okay. Which of these ones are very key to you?
Oh,
I know all of them are important, though, but
they're interesting.
There are ones,
like you mentioned, the youth.
Yes.
Arguably, in our constitution, is up to 40. But when you go into all the national documents, youth policy, sub-regional documents, regional documents, global documents, there's a definition for youth.
Yeah.
So if you're really going to deal with it, and also we've come into an era that younger people, if you can go back, it got to a point that we had an average of probably 55 or 60 years. People used to go into parliament after retirement or after a couple of years of working. But now, young people are virtually going into politics after university.
Yes.
It used to be like a hobby, for lack of a better expression. But now, people are building careers.
Like a career.
Political careers. You know, so it used to be, okay, someone has their career, civil servant, public servant, lawyer, doctor. So it becomes like service to my community. So after a couple of years, they go in, try to give back to their community. But it's not like that. We're having people as young as 26, 24 being in parliament. And it's legal because at 21, you can contest for parliament from age 21. From age 40, you can contest to be
president.
Once you have sound mind and there's nothing else contrary to the tenets of the constitution barring you from doing it. And the constitution of every party takes its fundamentals from the national constitution. You can't have a constitution that is goes against the national constitution. So for that, when it comes to the women, it's also an interesting bit.
But for the youth, which one you wanted to move to?
I think 35 is fine.
Okay, you think the 40?
I think 40 is. I mean, look at majority of the people in government now.
Yes.
What's the average age? Even prior to Nana Akufo-Addo's government.
Okay.
We had people 30.
I think the average should be between 38, 40.
Exactly.
38, 40 there.
So if at 40 you are still going to contest for youth organizer.
There's nothing wrong.
No, I think let's stick to our definition.
It's just age.
I think it's a good call.
Okay.
I think then it goes back to what sort of preparatory grounds have been prepared for such persons to be able to assume go into the political space. Being within the political space is different, and then assuming a key position within the space is also different.
So for us now,
that's why you have
the Patriotic Institute.
Okay.
And you need to show some, at least you've gone through the course of the ideology of the party and the fundamentals that make the party. Before you can contest for.
Not beyond the party, but
beyond,
at least.
Then you should understand the institution you are coming.
Then beyond that, because this person is not just going to serve. There is going to be transitional phase that after the party's leadership internally, the possibility of you becoming a deputy minister, even a minister, even an MP is very high. So it means that leadership qualities that transcend beyond the political parties to make you more acceptable within the bigger space, and for you to be able to lead a group of people who do not really align with your ideology. That way become a deputy minister or a minister. And I believe that if the cost structure, I do not know, I don't have an idea about the cost structure for the Patriotic Institute, but one of the models, as she indicated, will be to understand the party's tenets and to be able to know that this is the party that I'm going to serve. But for me, I'm also looking at beyond the party. Let us prepare these persons to take up certain leadership roles, especially at the national level. We've seen people come out from school and straight into national politics and leadership, and then they've made
some
a
even
mess.
do national service
Yes,
with parties.
with parties and all of that. So let us be able to groom this person. It is good. For 35 years, I'm looking at how much of quality materials they will become. How much, even beyond the 35, from 25 to that 35. Let us, if not nationally, we don't have that plan. The National Youth Authority, and now there is a Ministry of Youth, and then also what recreation development led by Pablo. It is good. This is the time for us to fashion out certain models so that when they are 2025, they are well prepared to hit that 35 to take up the internal leadership and then also the national leadership. I believe that when we do this, it will cut away most of the mistakes that previous youth appointees made. Current youth appointees are making because of the hype that they are getting on social media. Beyond that, we ask you, what are the qualities that you are coming onto the field with? And I'm tying this with, I mean, it's off there, but Pablo's ministry, as it stands now, we should be able to see something that is youth-related, youth-oriented. Nothing has come out yet because it's just like the ministry is just there.
For 6 months.
After 6 months, we should be able to see something. And that is the inspiration, as she said. Everything that parties do is aligned to the national constitution. So if you have a national plan, and that will also transcend to the political space, we should be able to see something and pick inspirations from it.
Okay. So, Kojo, we need to have people who are fit for purpose to take positions. Yes. But when it comes to the national level, to be fair to political parties, making it a responsibility of political parties is a bit of a stretch. So I remember when I was in second year university, I met an elderly man and we're conversing. So I was like, he was like, oh, where are you now? So I'm in level 200. Oh, these days we can tell your age by your class.
Oh, really?
Yes. You see, we've come through, especially in most rural areas, we've come from a point where people used to use, there are people still do, depending on what their aspirations are. But we had a point where, especially in the rural areas, people used to use the nursing training route or teacher training route before going to the university.
Yes.
But early 2000, late 90s, early 2000s, after, when was the SS system first batch? Was it 95 or 96?
Yeah, 95.
So you had people who had to finish A-level before going into university. But now you have people doing 3 years and suddenly going straight to university. So when you finish university, people are finishing university at what, 17, 18 now? Right? People are getting master's degrees at 20, 21 now. People are getting PhDs at 21, 23. So the age conversation, if we go on that tangent, as in against the experience, we might miss it.
I agree.
If you interact a lot with Gen Zs, forget about Gen Zs, even Gen Alphas now. If you have a 6-year-old, 9-year-old, the kind of conversations they have now, the kind of things they are doing, if they get the right social systems, and you're talking about National Youth Authority, the youth empowerment institutions in the country, even upbringing in the house, they may be deeper thinkers than the older ones.
Even the older ones, yes.
So if we want to have an age conversation in terms of what sort of experience, what does the person need to bring to the position? I mean, we've had older people who should know better misconducted themselves.
Yes.
We've had young people misconduct themselves. So it's a matter of national psyche. What do we expect the person to do?
I mean, I have constantly argued that in today's world, knowledge is not about age.
Sure.
At all.
Because there are lots of things happening out
there. It's a matter of exposure.
If you're willing to learn, you know. If you're willing to get it, you do.
Now, information is by the click of a button.
Exactly. So,
We're having even people being homeschooled.
Yes.
You know, so depending on, but the assessment of the person. So definitely you can't come and be an executive in NPP when you're not a member. You need to subscribe to the thinking of the organization.
Okay.
And there are certain criteria you need to meet to be MP. There are certain criteria you need to meet to be a government official. Today, as I sit here, the New Patriotic Party is not in power. I'm not holding any public office.
Yes.
If I come and sit here and I say anything, probably the backlash, even though may come, will not be as much as someone holding a public position, a minister or a CEO or someone at the presidency or something. So you need to know the position you are putting yourself up for and the responsibilities that come with it. Just as it comes with certain privileges, we need to also highlight the responsibilities, because over time, we've been hyping the privileges above the responsibilities.
That's true.
So it's about what you are going to get when you are in power.
Yes.
It's not what you're supposed to fulfill. It's not about the social contract with you and the people of Ghana who pay you, who give you those privileges. And we need to all work in that. And that goes beyond political parties. It's a national
I mean, let's call it spade a spade. A lot of younger
course.
people are into politics now is because what they're going to get.
Yes, because that's what we
It's
are
not a
pushing.
service.
And you know, the irony is that the moment you get in there, and even your close associates or your community are not seeing you benefiting from those things, it becomes a problem for you.
That's true.
So whatever you are contributing, that's not their problem. What are you bringing?
What are you bringing home? What are you bringing to
home?
us? What
And
benefits are we
need to
going to get
work
from
on
you?
all those
Yeah.
things. Because
That's true.
else it will get to a point where everything becomes transactional.
Yes.
And it's like competence and patriotism will be something that we consider like when there's nothing else to consider. We all need to, it's a responsibility
but we'll
for
get there.
all of us.
I mean, I've had calls.
Yes.
For years, and people saying, Kojo, you have it all going into national politics. I was like, what do you see in me that you feel that qualifies me to go into politics and then also national leadership? Charlie, be fine, boy. Charlie, you got the structure. You talk so well. And I'm like, then the one that kills me most, George, is that, Charlie, boys for chop. Make you go there, then we go get some, then we go chop.
That's the mindset.
So I feel that has been able to, that is what people are riding on now. Not as, George is cut out with such quality.
George can deliver.
And do this.
Yeah.
So, and we feel that within our constituency or community, we need such a person with such expertise to be able to champion this cause for us. And if we give George 4 years, by the time he leaves office, probably there will be tremendous transformation. No, we're not looking about that one.
It's true.
But Charlie, they're not confused. That be what we are looking at. So it shouldn't be that case. And as I indicated, it should be a national conversation where we reorient the mindset of the youth.
And we need to, you see, while it being a national conversation, we need to also change the system. The system in the sense that we all know young people. You've finished school with someone, then the person moves into politics within 4 years. The person is driving a car. The person has been given a bungalow.
You're opening a can of.
The person has been given a bungalow. The person has got certain interests that he or she is working with. And then you look at a teacher who's been working for 10 years, who is still struggling to buy a car. A nurse still struggling to buy. So we need to change the entire system if we want to have that national conversation. But that's a conversation for another day.
But George,
Yes,
to add
Laura,
to that,
quickly, yes.
you get it. It still comes to the point of we ourselves not insisting on what we are due. The person who's been given that bungalow, who's been given that car, is supposed to make your life better.
Yes.
By the stroke of the pen.
But you end up
Yes.
in your own capacity
Yes.
going to take your nokofio from him
Yes.
or her.
Yes.
So at the end of the day, your responsibility, your rights, you've ceded that to the person.
On an individual term.
Yes, on an individual term. And there are lots of individuals.
Yes.
So, like, you sit here, like what you were saying, I've had a lot of calls. Oh, you want to go and contest and all that. I always say in life, you never say never. But when I look at how transactional politics has become, and the poverty in the constituency I come from, if I have that money, I'd rather go and do something there.
Directly,
than go and give it to individuals who will just make a decision. So at the end of the day, look, I was sad in one regional election from constituency to regional, and I saw young people taking loans to give to delegates. Yes.
For real? You go for loans?
That's the reality. You know, so I was talking to them, I was like, look, if you make this thing about money, the moment you get there, you are human.
Yeah, you will corrupt.
You have all these loans to pay. What are you going to use to fulfill your promises? And you are looking at me. Look, definitely, when you call people, by our tradition, when you call people for a meeting, they didn't ask you to call them.
You can give them something.
But that's the extent to which we do it. It's something we all need to watch. So if I have to spend my life savings getting a slot to come and serve, you think when I get in there, I won't look at getting it back before taking care of it?
Oh, you will, actually.
And that
Yeah,
is
so that's
where
the
we
system we run.
Because everything has become transactional.
Unfortunately, though. Unfortunately.
You know?
You said another interesting thing for you was the women.
Yeah. So there's a suggested or recommended amendment that all women within the, it was only women organizers that were voting for. Women organizers. I mean, it's fair that we all take this, because at the end of the day, the women's organizer is not going to be an organizer for only women organizers. It's going to be championing the welfare, well-being, the women agenda within the party. And I mean, every woman who has been trusted enough to be made a delegate should be able to have a stake in that. And I think it's a fair recommendation, but that's up to conference to agree or disagree.
All right. And then there's motion 6. Motion 6 says that Article 6.1, which is also another interesting one, says that amend Article 6.1 of the Constitution to increase the polling station executive from 5 to 7, who are all to be elected, making about that's compromising the chairperson, the secretary, organizer, women's organizer, youth organizer, communication officer, and then the electoral affairs officer. So you've moving from 5 to 7. I've heard others argue that why don't we make it 9? Because the argument for the 9 is that your opponent is around 9. So at least just have something that will match up, if not 9, but even more than 9.
It's not a matter of numbers, it's a matter of effectiveness and efficiency. And if you go through, it used to be just chairperson, secretary organizer, women's organizer, youth organizer. But there's an introduction of communications officer, an electoral affairs officer. You get it?
And all these people are elected.
Because they have to be elected. They must earn it. I support some will argue that you may not get the caliber of people depending on how elections go. So you need to bring in some appointees to balance the scale. There are also some places that there's supposed to be regional balance or tribal balance. All those dynamics come in. But we've also gotten to a point where our democracy has to go. People must earn positions that they push in. Like I was telling someone, before I got into national comms, I was vetted. I wasn't just called in to go, I was vetted. I went through a process before being added to the team. I needed to prove myself as to what I was bringing on board. And I just didn't suddenly start being on bigger platforms as a stand. I mean, I started from smaller places, and today I've ended to be there. If you are really for the party, because if you can't win an election at a polling station, you know, so that's also what stretches into the conversation of one man, one vote. So it's like, let's all take the decision. Let's all come together and elect the people we think can do well for us and all that. But then it also comes to delegate management system, cost implications, and all those things. But in all this, we can all make our suggestions. But it comes to conference to decide whether these ones, will inure to the benefit of the party or not, because those are the people we've chosen to make decisions for us.
I believe that the financial implication on aspirants is a daunting one.
Not aspirants per se, even the structure of the party.
So if we make every position within a political party elected, contestable, it's a tough one.
It comes with its own downside.
Yes.
It comes with its own downside, but does it also solve?
So what problem do we really want to solve with the appointment of communication officers and then also probably electoral officers?
There's one on communication officers. So we'll come to that one.
Yes.
That's, I think, that's on motion 9. But for this particular one is to...
For the polling station.
For the polling station.
Is at the polling station level.
Yes. The polling station. So do we make it every position from the base?
So
elected?
The polling station. The polling station is actually the heartbeat of the whole system. It's like, it's a small area. Everyone knows the other person. So if you have your communications going down there, because if you are electing a communications officer, like you, Kojo, you're a governance expert, George is into media, journalism and all that. Who would be best fit to be a communications officer? So some of those roles are key, because then it trickles down from national to the lowest level. Because one of the challenges we had in the run-up to the election is communicating our successes. It didn't go down. It didn't go, well, I won't say it didn't go down. It didn't go as far as it should have.
It's expected it to go.
Wow.
And you know, once you have the communications officer there too, there's a feedback system.
Okay.
Because the moment the person starts, and it makes it easier to even do small community engagements, dawn broadcasts and all that and the feedback comes up. Just as it goes down, the feedback comes up, and it makes it easier to decipher some of those things. Because look, we are a very diverse country. In a place like Savannah, like this, we have like 22 key languages. You get it?
Yeah.
So you can go into a community, think that the major language in the region is Gonja, you're speaking Gonja there. But the man sitting there who speaks probably Safalba, Wala, all the other languages, even Twi, Ewe. There are some areas that you go in Savannah, the second language is Ewe.
Oh, really?
Yes. Around the central Gonja area, because of the fisher folk.
Okay.
You know. So these dynamics, and the person at the polling station who deals with them on daily basis, why are assemblymen that influential? Because they live with the people.
They live with the people. They are with the people down there.
You know. So some of these things, on their face value, it may look like, oh, just giving positions, but if you're going to make it work, that's the way to go.
Okay. All right. And the 9 I talked about earlier says that amend Article 7592 and then 10.
That's which motion?
That's motion 9. Yeah, and then 1073 of the Constitution to make communication officers at all levels of the party elected from the polling station, electoral area, constituency,
and at the national
regional,
level.
and at the national level. And at the national level, the communication officer shall be the director of communications. So that one too will be elected. That's an interesting one. As of now, what they have is that they are all appointed. Yes.
The communications directorate,
yes.
just like the admin, the administrator is also appointed. There are a few other appointments to run the secretariat of the, but that's the evolution we are talking about. Communication has gone beyond just PR.
Let's listen to the reasoning of the committee for this one. It says that the appointment of the communication officer has in many instances been fraught with a lot of challenges occasioned by perception of favoritism and lack of candor. Now, making the position elective will afford the party's delegates to select persons that they think can best communicate for the party. And for the avoidance of doubts, the deputy director of communications too shall remain appointed.
So this one, and I'll tell you I'm a communicator.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's fantastic, but the reason behind it is a bit problematic.
Okay, what's the reason of that?
Because if we're talking about favoritism, the person is going for an election. People will definitely fund the person, not necessarily financial. The person needs people to endorse their forms. The person needs people that will give them some clout to win the election from the various levels. So it's a bit tricky with communications. So you're going to have someone who is supposed to be for everyone. We're human.
Yeah.
For everyone, talk for everyone. Like we go into the studio. When we're in power, if an issue comes, whether I like the person or I don't like the person, mine is to push the position of government and the position of party. Now that we are in opposition, once I'm introduced as a communicator for the New Patriotic Party, mine is to push the position and what the party believes in. But we're having this discussion because conference hasn't decided yet.
Yes.
The moment conference decides, we can have this conversation.
Okay.
I have to defend what conference has decided. But until conference decides,
it's open.
Just as the opinion has been put there. So it's a bit tricky. I mean, like I said, letting people earn positions is fantastic. But are you also, especially at the national level, are you going to put people in there who have gone, like they put it, struggled and won their election? Then you want to come and determine to them, because whilst they are going to contest, they will make promises.
Yes.
They will put out a manifesto.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So I win. Then General Secretary, you come and tell me they're going to do this press conference. When I went to tell the party people that this is what don't forget.
It shouldn't be so.
There's also another round of re-election. So if you don't fulfill your manifesto promise,
if I understand you
are out.
You would prefer that is appointed so that
For me,
so that there will be some controls
at least
and checks.
at the national level.
But so then if it is that is
at the national level, I think.
Okay.
Communication.
You get it? Yeah. I think at the national level, I think it should be appointed.
And probably any other position at the national level should be appointed.
No.
So you see, now, even if you contest.
No, Kojo, let me explain to you. Has anybody made an we have a party administrator.
Yes.
Right.
Who is appointed?
We have a director of IT.
Yes. Who is appointed?
We have director of elections.
Finance.
We have director of finance.
Who is also appointed?
Why are we not electing them?
But those
they
run
are cross-cutting.
Yeah.
Those are institutional, operational duties.
Yeah.
It's just like saying if it wasn't like communications director, it was like director of marketing. You go and vote for the person. You voted for the people at that high level, but the operational people should be people that, no matter the differences at that level,
so
those operational duties, even though the appointment comes with its own dynamics, but their work is cut out for them absolutely.
So now it's up to the party to identify whether the communications office falls under operational or administrative.
Like
so that
at the regional, at the constituency, there are people who do administration, but you don't hear of them. You don't hear of them because at the level, it's a smaller level. So the treasurer is able to do certain things. The secretary is able to, but the secretary gets his own assistants to help. I mean, obviously, by running it by the regional executive committee or the constituency executive committee, right? So even at the polling station, letting them go elected, right, is having someone solely responsible for it.
I know
but when it comes to the bigger picture, do you want to have everybody running around with their interests?
Okay, because if you look at
I don't know whether I get it.
If you look at the NDC,
both suggestions are problematic.
If you look at the NDC, they have a communication director and then they have a communication officer. The communication officer is elected. But then there's appointed communication director. I think Sami Jeff is a communication officer. And then the communication director is Kakre Samoa.
But did Sami go for election?
Like
yes.
Like director of legal.
Yes. Sami went for the election.
We should go and vote at the national level. Go and vote for director of legal. So if you didn't support me, when you're in Shinkan, you are toast. I mean, it's human nature.
I'm not really going to give you the best
it's
of
human nature.
Representative.
Right. Because we also need to, and as in our constitution, we believe in the supreme dignity of man.
But from the base to the top. Now, if the base is elected and then the top, as you are suggesting, is appointed, you think that an elected officer would submit to an appointed officer?
When the regional executives, constituency executives, when they are moving to the region, when the region is supposed to coordinate the constituencies, they feed everything to the region, whether they voted for the person or not, right? But at the national level, when it comes to administration, I mean, General Secretary is the head of administration. But when it comes to submitting things, they submit it through the directors.
Okay.
When it comes to the circulation of things,
so in other words,
there's
the administrative aspect of that communication, and then there is that political or partisan aspect.
So unless you want to elect a director and appoint,
the party should be able to.
So that's
that dichotomy needs to be broken.
So that's why we're having conference.
As to when you are elected or appointed as communications director, are you going to be that kind of giving that political stance of as a person, or you are really going to do the normal social, what do you call it, corporate level kind of administration, less like the legal and the rest of them are also doing? That is the issue. You get it?
But what are we doing? What does the communications directorate do? Right. So as it stands now, there's a director.
Yes.
Right. There are 5 deputy directors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're one of them.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's Krobia, Kokro, Jennifer, Rabi. There are 5 of them. So you have these 5 people. Then you have communicators.
Okay.
So you have national level communicators, regional level communicators, constituency level communicators. Right. So whatever has to be resources goes from the national level to the constituency level to the regional. And so as it stands now, the regional communications director is appointed.
Okay.
It's part of, I think, the is it 7 that are, is it 7 or so that are appointed?
From the 5 to the 7, yeah.
You know, so their vice, there's a chairman, vice chairperson at the regional level, and I think they appoint about 7. So a deputy, I think deputy secretary is even contested at the regional level. So there are about 7 appointments within it, sometimes just for balance, you know. So there's a communications director that is appointed.
Okay.
But
I
even
with
that, so the communications, regional communications director feeds into the national, the constituency feeds into the regional.
Yeah.
Some of these amendments are coming because of some happenings that have gone on, lessons that I've learned, resources that were supposed to go to certain places, right? So even with a supposed neutral, to put it in context, appointed officer, how much more when the person has to go and look for resources to contest to win at the national level, you know? Because for the polling station level, that responsibility at that small area, there's someone you can easily know that, look, the person put themselves up for this position.
Exactly.
Put themselves up for this position to do it. They are responsible just as a chairman, again. And most of these polling stations, because they even know each other, sometimes most of them are popular acclamation.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because it's so close-knit.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. But another suggestion that is coming is to also look at the electoral area system. Because all we have are electoral area coordinators who coordinate the polling stations.
Yeah.
But now, you know, it's like for the EC system, it's polling station, electoral area, constituency, regional.
Yeah.
You know, so there's a suggestion to also look at that bit of it. Do you just limit it to just the electoral area coordinator?
Is the
or
coordinator
also
appointed?
Come again.
The electoral area coordinator in the NPP, are they elected or
I think
appointed?
So. Yes, I need to check.
Because I've spoken, George, I've spoken to quite a number of some of
yes,
them.
They are
area coordinators.
Yes.
And their challenge is that they are, I think, appointed also.
They're appointed.
They are appointed. And they, the police station executives who are elected, why should we submit to you the appointed
because
authority?
We look for resources to win our. No matter how small, there's no small election.
They have issues. They have issues over there. They have a lot of issues.
There's no small issue, but it's
because
human
it's
nature.
like you are supervising us. However, we fought for our position with resources. You are sitting somewhere, probably by dint of either your hard work or your connection to whoever you know. We just come in and then you are appointed and you come and supervise us over there. So probably, if we really want to broaden it up, it should be a conversation whereby electoral areas should also have their own set of executives. But do you think that is going to really prolong and the numbers are going to be too much of that sort? But at least if the coordinator is also elected, then you know that the position that I'm going for is something that I fought for. And when I am coordinating activities and persons within the polling stations, then I have the power to be able to do that. But in the current situation as it stands, I have, by dint of my research, gone round and they have issues. The coordinators who are coordinating activities and managing persons' emotions are appointed at that level, also have issues. So if you really want to expand it, then let us also have them elected, and then also the communication officers also elected. George,
that's going to be an interesting one. All right, so understand that we are getting the feed now, and we're taking you over to the University of Ghana Sports Stadium where the event is taking place.
Chairman Makafui Wanya, Volta Region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I like the energy. Thank you very much. Western Region. The best come from the West. Western Region. Chairman Indedesia and your people, where are you? Thank you very much. Now, to Central Region. Percy Dennis Kwaku and your people. Central, where are you? Where are you? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We can feel you. Thank you. Now to the heartbeat of the New Patriotic Party, Ashanti Region! Ashanti Region! Ashanti Region! Chairman Bernard MC Wesiako, Chairman Wantoma, and your people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now to the host region. People, let us feel your energy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The National Treasurer just delivered our financial report. All those in favor of the motion, can I hear a big aye? All those who are not in favor, can I hear no? Ayes have it. Thank you very much. The report is adopted.
Thank you, conference. God bless us all.
Now, let's call for the party anthem to warm us up. Anytime you hear the party anthem, all must be on your feet. Thank you. All of us must be on our feet. We are the New Patriotic Party. The elephant is our winning symbol. We shall win to save Ghana. The elephant is our winning symbol. We shall win to save Ghana. The elephant is the winning symbol. We shall win to save Ghana. The elephant is the winning symbol. We shall win to save Ghana.
Are you ready to wave your flags? Are you ready?
All of us must wave. Let's 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 wave. And Shirado. And Shirado. And Shirado. And Shirado. And Shirado.
And now we shall listen to fraternal messages from other political parties. The first party here, a delegation led by the General Secretary, Citizen Atodazi, is the Great Consolidated Popular Party, GCPP. He is joined by Madam Cynthia Atta, his second vice, and Mr. George Amwa, the national organizer. The delegation from the Great Consolidated Popular Party, GCPP.
Krudu, Chairman of Congress, kindly permit me to stand on existing protocols to bring you greetings from the only party in Ghana that has stayed true to the ideals and values of its concept of domestication, the Great Consolidated Popular Party. Our 2024 flag bearer, Dr. Daniel Augustus Latte Jr., also extends his heartfelt greetings to you all. Let me begin by congratulating the organizing committee for a great work done so far. Today marks a very important journey in the life of the NPP. Your conduct and decisions today will determine whether the party will
All right, welcome back. And we're current live the NPP annual National Delegates Conference that's currently ongoing at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. And you had pictures coming up from there. We've had some bit of challenges with connectivity there, and that's being worked on. When we get the signals out, once again, we'll take you back there to continue with that particular coverage. This is GBC News. We're also live on the internet at gbcghanaonline.com. On Facebook, it's Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Now, everything is set and ready, and it's currently going on at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. But our guests are still here with us. I have Loratu Musa Saka, who is a member of the NPP communication team. And then I also have Kojo Isiama Ado, who is a governance and political analyst. And we've been talking about some of the recommendations in there, within the motions in there, and some of the amendment that is expected to go on. If everything goes well, I mean, they're going to have about 56 of these amendments that have been recommended, which will take effect. And if that happens, this is going to change a lot of things for the New Patriotic Party, as they're expected to make some changes in their constitution. But also, there's an interesting one too on, I think, motion 10. Motion 10, that says that articles 7, 10, and then 9, 7 amend Articles 710 and 97 of the Constitution to prevent party officers who get appointed into government from continuing to hold their national offices. Now, the reasoning behind that is that party officers who are appointed into government shall not be allowed to hold dual positions. So long as they have accepted the appointment to serve in government, they should focus on their mandate in government and give opportunity for others or other competent party members to occupy their position in the party. It is also in line with the provision in Clause 10 of the Article 7 and then Clause 7 of Article 9, which are intended to ensure that the government appointees do not hold constituency, regional and national executive offices. That's an interesting one. So
It's a fair motion.
Okay.
It's fair.
Okay.
You know, because government positions go beyond party interest.
Yeah,
Right.
that's true.
So you can't
Hold the two.
behold the two. It's not like being a member of parliament and being a minister. That is enshrined in our constitution, and also it's the same focus. The moment you become a member of parliament, you're serving the whole constituency at the national level, even though you go on the ticket of a party, a political party, because you need to be sponsored by a political party. It's just as if you are going for presidential.
Yes.
You become a president for the nation, not just for the New Patriotic Party or the party that sponsored you. But as a party executive, your interest, your agenda is the supreme interest of the party. And you have to be a check on the government you sponsored. So you can't be in there and also be the check. It doesn't work. I think it's a fair. And also to give opportunities
For
to others. It's just fair.
All
I
right.
mean,
Could you?
you can't be loading one person with a lot of responsibilities when there are equally competent people who can step in.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
for,
could you?
for years now, political parties in Ghana, we narrow down to the NPP and the NDC. What they've been doing is that if you're a party executive, when you have the opportunity to serve the good people of Ghana, you either on a board, you are drafted in as a presidential staffer, you are given certain positions so that at least they know that you also have some group of people who depend on you. Then you can also
Could you just to
support
cut
them.
in? Boards are not necessarily appointments per se.
Boards.
Boards. I mean, you're appointed on it,
Yes.
but you don't have. You are just more like doing strategic direction. You don't have a day-to-day.
Oh yes, obviously. Oh yes,
responsibility.
oh yes, exactly.
So I don't think
that I am
this
aware.
should apply to
that,
board.
that I am aware. That I
Okay.
am aware. But what I'm saying is that we should be able to separate governance from
party
party
politics.
issues, and there should be people whose everyday job is to make sure that the party is running.
Yes.
Running.
Yes.
Concurrently with the government, but they do not have that influence in government. So that those who are also appointed as ministers, deputy ministers, ambassadors would also have focus and know that this is what I'm doing. Because listen, these are two different things altogether. One, you want to touch base with party loyalists and faithfuls who you know that you share the same ideology with. But immediately you transcend into a transition into an appointee, a minister, you become a figure for all, a national figure. So even your body, your conduct, your choice of words, and how you are able to fashion out your thoughts, strategically or otherwise, should have that all-encompassing mindset to know that I am leading a nation, a cross-section of people in a nation. So if you have that double role, it becomes very, very difficult. Very, very, very difficult. But the question is, I've had issues and people have complained that, hey, when the party becomes a government, sometimes the government dictates to the party as to what is supposed to be done. I.e., now the president, whether the vice president, the chief of staff, who is a key member of the party, and then some other few people, cabinet ministers. Even we have a point where general secretaries and chairmen, particular party chairmen, are part of cabinet meetings. They attend cabinet meetings as well to know what is going on. So at least they can also have
they serve the party's interest in there.
you are pushing the party's interest at the cabinet level.
Kojo,
yes.
The party sponsors the candidates.
Yes.
The candidate comes on the back of a manifesto that is sanctioned by the party. So the custodians of that manifesto need to be sure. That's why I said the party is a check on the government sponsored.
On paper.
Come again.
On paper.
In terms,
is it supposed to be? Is it like that?
No, I'm not talking about the national level. The party sponsor the government.
Sure.
Yes, you are responsible for state issues, national issues. You become national officers. Let me put it in that context. But you came on the back of certain promises sanctioned by the party based on the ideology of the party. So the general secretary and the chairman, who are the main focal points for making sure that the party stays the way it is, and the candidate or the government that was sponsored fulfills the promises the party made to the people, they check on you. Not to say that they determine what is done as states or what necessarily the decisions that the president or his appointee should take. But you came on the back of a certain social contract with the people of Ghana in the name of the New Patriotic Party. So we need to be sure. You know, as for, we can come as a party and say, oh, the system is that there's a minister, there's a deputy minister, there's a chief director, there are directors. You can't just come and say you are changing everything. That is how the public service and the civil service operates. At the presidency, the president can decide that I want this person here, that person here, that person here. But those things that you are doing, the people you are putting in there, do they have the party interest? But we can come and say, oh, the civil servant or the public servant, unlike what is happening now, who has gone through Public Service Commission or has been employed by civil service, you are going to alter what they do. You can't just come and say you are, and if you even realize, for ministries and other agencies, sometimes it's just the name in addition to the focus. But the original mandate of the ministry is not altered much. Sometimes it's just a split for efficiency. Sometimes it's just a consolidation for efficiency. But the core mandate that the civil servants and the public servants run on is really not touched that much, unless there's a legislation or a law that does that. So the party needs to be sure. So it may be a bit off when people say, oh, the general secretary and the chairman sit in cabinet. But they are not there to dictate. They are there to be sure that the social contract they sponsor,
they serve an interest.
You are fulfilling it.
They actually serve an interest in there.
So they don't have a voice?
Come again?
They don't have a voice?
No, but obviously at the party level, like the manifestos that we have.
Well, you think they have a voice?
Obviously, they'll have a voice. Obviously, they'll have a voice.
At cabinet, they have a voice.
Well, it's the interest of the party.
But where is the voice coming from?
The party.
Yes, it's the interest of the party.
Why is it coming from the party?
As you said, indicated. I don't doubt.
You sponsored.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. But my issue is that immediately you transition into a government, let us have that separation and know that these persons are pushing the agenda of the political party. These set of persons are also doing. So I am all for it.
Okay.
I am totally for it, because I have not supported where party members are
double agents.
and sometimes you go like, what is happening? So I am for it, and I believe that conference will be able to give its vote to it, so that but it would also not come easily. Other people are going to be paying.
Of course.
Yes. Okay.
It's a business of interest.
We will quickly go back for the feed. I understand that we have a clearer feed now, so let's just go back for the feed for the continuation.
Party to enhance our democracy. We also hope that after this conference, your party will appreciate the importance of having two surviving former presidents among you and adequately consult them to help build your party strong. Don't alienate them outside the box. They need you. You need them to be able to bring a strong opposition party. We hope that after this conference, you live here united and not divided. God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Azangwa Basha Mushere Nina Azangwa Galamse Azangwa Yaba Ebatisi Petro so Azangwa Omobaye Azangwa Muhammad of our young men, our Tescon fraternity. I can see you. You are duly acknowledged. Chairman Ousu Seche and your people, Ahafo region, you are duly acknowledged. We also acknowledge our hard working. Ireland, Italy, Japan, Nigeria, Norway, Middle East, Qatar, Senegal, South Africa, South Korea, Spain, Sweden, Togo, United Kingdom, USA, Czech Republic, Hong Kong, and Russia. All our 30 external branches, you are duly welcome to this conference. Kukudu! Kukudu! Again, to all our National Council members of elders, we acknowledge your presence. We thank you very much for this occasion. Some important former Minister Education, he contributed to the success of this event. Honorable Yao Educhum is here with us. We thank you. Again, MP for Abetifi, former Minister in charge of Agriculture, Honorable Brian Echampong, thank you very much for your support. Again, we also have our own engineer, former General Secretary, Mr. Kwabena Ejay Ejapon, also Boachi Ejakun is also here with us. We again acknowledge and the efforts, the support, the contribution of the former MP for Asin Central, Openi Awaya MP da Awa Asin Central, Mfie Bebre, Honorable Kennedy Akompreko Ejapon. Honorable, thank you very much for your support. Conference is grateful for your massive support. Thank you very much. Let's also acknowledge the efforts, the support, the phenomenal contribution of the former Vice President of the Republic, the former presidential candidate 2024, and his spouse, His Excellency Alhaj Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia. We thank you very much for your support.
Don't just stand there and watch.
Let me also acknowledge the presence and support. We thank you very much for your presence and support. We also acknowledge the support and contribution of the first ever female chief of staff, our own mom, Honorable Frema Akosia Frema Osei Opare. Mommy, thank you very much for your support. Former MMDCs, you are duly acknowledged. Former MPs, you are welcome. Former parliamentary candidates, you are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. TESCON! Hello, TESCON!
Come. Thank you.
TESCON! Hello, TESCON! We are here for you and we see you. Thank you very much for representing from all the over 200 institutions across the country. We continue with the fraternal messages from invited political parties. Let us welcome the Liberal Party of Ghana, LPG, Madam Sophia Apalu, Mr. Jerry Owusu, Mr. William Ano, Mr. Kwesi Ameyao, and Miss Emanuela Sesi. The delegation is led by Mr. Jerry Owusu, who is the General Secretary of the Liberal Party of Ghana. Let's give them a round of applause. LPG, you are welcome.
Good afternoon. When we say LPG, you respond Yankonkwa. And when you hear LPG for the second time, you respond Someha, not Someha, na Yankonkwa. LPG. LPG. Mr. Chairman, the former President, J.A. Kufuor, the former President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the former Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahmudu Bawumia, and all protocols duly observed. We bring you greetings from the Liberal Party of Ghana. Mr. Percival Kofi Apalu would have loved to be here himself, but duty calls elsewhere. Our national chairperson,
also wishes everybody well. NPP, this is not the first time being in an opposition. We know you've been responsible opposition. This day is a great day. We are wishing you well. We wish the conference ends smoothly so everybody goes home safely. Party, we are concerned, very worried as we allowed a party denigrate a former government, said all manner of lies about the former government. Things are happening now. Things are really happening now. And I'm urging NPP as the major opposition party to stand up, because people lied against you and your appointees. I have not heard anything about what is really happening with Delight founding from the National Cathedral that the NDC intend calling it National whatever Cultural Center. A lot of eminent members, their images were tarnished. And we sit aloof and watch while Deloitte said they have not done anything wrong. They did not spend any Ghana's money. What are we doing as opposition parties? We need to rise. We need to put in effort. The people lied, and they are now putting Ghanaians in captivity. Asofo ayegu manimase, especially Asofo Victor Kusi, Papa fa NDC for one nature omo na omo nim dia na omo ye. I know from today NPP is going to stop Matthew Macau and all those stuff and start fighting for Ghana. We are all in politics fighting for our mother Ghana. So if we sit aloof and point fingers at ourselves and watch NDC and the government put us into captivity, where are we going as a nation? I am urging everybody here. We have the voice. Let us not be afraid of what happened at Ablekuma. Not. Let's not be frightened. The voice of the people is the voice of the Lord. We will match them as opposition parties, and we will not be afraid. They might have whatever number, they might think of whatever they intend doing, but will not materialize. Let's not forget what they are doing with our Chief Justice,
We need to be more vocal. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make it a great nation and a strong one. Yadamwasi.
Thank you so much for the message. And finally, we are the new patriotic party. We are a center-right ideological party. And we are supported here today by the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and the Christian Democratic Union from Germany. We welcome on stage Anna Vasefov, the country representative of Konrad, and Dr. Joseph Damo, the program director, as they give us their well-wish message.
Your Excellencies, honored dignitaries, and party members from all over Ghana, it is with great pride that I stand here before you today to reaffirm the heartfelt cooperation between NPP and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, or KAS in short, a German political foundation that is committed to the fostering of democratic and political exchange across countries and that has been active in Ghana since 60 years. Our collaboration with NPP spans decades and is built on a common foundation: the belief in democratic participation for every citizen, the power of a market-orientated economy that allows prosperity for everybody, and the responsibility of the state for its people. We are honored to support the vision of NPP, a vision of a Ghana where opportunities, freedom, and dignity are not privileges, but the right of every citizen. All over the world, we are currently navigating challenging times where trust in institutions is increasingly under pressure. In both Ghana and Germany, we are called to find new ways to remain responsive to the everyday concerns of our citizens, be it jobs, education, security, or social democratic forces across continents. As we look ahead, let us continue to stand together, KAS and NPP, in pursuit of a common goal: a democratic future marked by peace, by prosperity, and the well-being of all people. Thank you very much.
And with that, we come to the end of the messages from all our well-wishers. Thank you, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and the Christian Democratic Union. Next, we have messages from internal personalities. I hand over now to my co-MC, the interesting, amazing Henry Nanabuachi.
Thank you very much. Kukudu! Kukudu! Thank you very much. Now we will receive a message from the young, dynamic General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, your General Secretary, my General Secretary, everybody's General Secretary, lawyer, Justice Frimpong Kodia is the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party.
Kudu, Chairman for Conference, our revered Acting Vice Chairman, Chairman Dankwa Smith-Bute, Your Excellencies, the former President J. Kufuor, and former President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency, the former Vice President Dr. Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia, and your spouse, Her Excellency Hajia Samira Bawumia, members of Steering Committee, members of National Executive Committee, members of National Council, our dear delegates of the annual Delegates Conference, our revered minority leader, our members of Parliament, our revered National Council of Elders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to present the state of our party to delegates. We went into our elections in 2024. Our hope, our prayer was for us to win the elections. But as the will of God is not the will of man, we couldn't win the elections. After our defeat, the party never sat down. The party, through National Council, the second highest decision-making body of the party, constituted a committee referred to as the Elections Review Committee, chaired by Professor Aaron Michael Kwe, to go around the country to inquire from the rank and file of our party and to ascertain the reasons why we couldn't win the elections in 2024. The committee completed their work and reported to the National Council somewhere in April. The committee made several recommendations, some involving amendment to our constitution. And based on that, the National Council, which is the second highest decision-making body of our party, constituted the amendment committee chaired by lawyer Frank Davis to look at proposals from Professor Aaron Michael Kwe's committee, to look for proposals in 2021 when we met in Kumasi, to also receive proposals from our external branches, our TESCOM, our youth wing, and from the rank and file of the party. The committee completed their work, and in line with Article 19 of our Constitution, we are here today to look at the proposals that were submitted to the amendment committee, which has been grouped into motions, which is made up of 56 motions for National Delegates Conference to take the decisions on the motion. Today we are gathered here as National Delegates Conference, but it's important that we also, just as the National Treasurer said, just as the National Organizer also said, to show our esteemed appreciation to some personalities who made it possible for us to meet today at conference. Indeed, the party is extremely grateful to our former Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, for the massive support he gave to us to be able to organize this conference. With a round of applause, let's show appreciation to the former Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia. Again, we also want to show our deepest appreciation to our former Member of Parliament, Ascent Central, Honorable Kennedy Akoprakon Ejapon, for the massive contribution he also made it possible for our conference to come on. We are also grateful to our MP for Abetifi, Honorable Brian Echampong, for also making significant contribution for us to be able to hold this conference. and also MP for Bosonche constituency, Honorable Educhum. We are also very grateful. The Finance Committee, we are grateful for the support, the work that you did. Madam former Chief of Staff, we are also very grateful for the work that you did for us. Ladies and gentlemen of Congress, today marks the beginning of our quest, of our journey of recapturing power in 2028. And today is a very important day for us, a very important exercise that we are going to undertake today. And I plead with conference that whatever decision that we are supposed to take today, do not look at individuals, do not look at personalities, but look at the interests of the New Patriotic Party. As National Council took several decisions, I report to conference that the National Council, after several deliberations, several engagements, several consultations, have come and given that directive that on January 31st, 2026, the party shall hold its presidential primaries. And we know it is something that is fully supported by conference. It is for good reasons that as a party, as we prepare for the 2028 elections, we need to quickly do away with all our internal elections so that we have enough time to unite as a party and prosecute the agenda of winning the elections in 2028. Ladies and gentlemen of the conference, the party not long ago also established what we refer to as the Patriotic Institute. And the Patriotic Institute is a game changer for our party. An institute that is going to train, give orientation to all the rank and file of our party, for us to appreciate and understand the history of our party, our ideology, and also to equip our communicators on how to communicate effectively and disseminate our information to the whole country. Not long ago, the National Executive Committee of the party, they satisfied with the decision by the Electoral Commission to do a rerun in some 19 polling stations in Ablekumanov, decided to boycott the whole election process. And as the party took the decision, it was done for good reasons. Because National Executive Committee, upon all the information, the evidence that was adduced at NEC, came to the firm conclusion that indeed the NPP had won the elections at Ablekumanov. We had all our scam copies of our pin sheets in the 281 polling stations, which gave us a clear winning of 414 votes. And therefore, we were surprised that the Electoral Commission decided to call for a rerun. On principle, we felt that it was a wrong decision and is a bad precedent being set by the Electoral Commission. And this is very dangerous for our future politics and future elections. Ladies and gentlemen of Congress, one area that the party is very, very, very serious about is discipline in our party. Let us all understand that today we are national officers of the party, we are members of parliament, we are members of council of elders, but people have occupied these positions before. And therefore, those who have intentions of aspiring to lead the party, be it as flag bearer, be it as national officers, we must understand that our individual interests cannot override the supreme interest of the New Patriotic Party. And therefore, any person who has any intention to lead our party must respect the structures of our party and must respect authority of the New Patriotic Party. I call on you, conference, that the party has clearly given directives, and until we officially open nominations for aspirants or aspiring aspirants to go around the country to convince and talk to the rank and file of our party. Let us continue to deny people from coming to our regions and our constituencies, because we must be a disciplined party, and anyone who wants to lead the party must also exhibit discipline. Today, as I indicated, is going to pave the way for us to have victory in 2028. And as a party, we must look each other in the eye and remember who we are. We are not broken. We are not defeated. Neither have we lost. We are builders. We are dreamers. We are fighters. We are servants of the Ghanaian people. So I ask you today, what is our purpose? Why do we gather here? Why do we wear the blue, red, and white colors of this party with pride? It is because we believe. We believe in development, in freedom. We believe in responsibilities. We believe in enterprise. We believe in the future of Ghana. Ghana needs us. The youth are watching us. The farmers are watching us. The traders are watching us. Let us fight as one body with one identified vision and ambition to make sure that this abysmal performance from the NDC government, Ghanaians are looking for alternatives, and Ghanaians want to come back to NPP. Ghanaians know that our government offers the better solutions to their problems, but at the end of the day, they want to vote for an opposition party that is ready for power, and therefore actions, inactions that seeks to divide us, that bring acrimony, that bring tension to us, needs to be relegated, so that Ghanaians will see us as a proper, responsible, and viable opposition party that will wrestle them from the misery that they are going under the watch of His Excellency John Mahama and the NDC government. Ghanaians are asking the NDC questions. Ghanaians are asking President John Mahama, you promised us that you are going to reset the country for the better. You made noise about Galamsey in Ghana. You got certain civil society groups to come after our administration under His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Today, what is the state of Galamsey in Ghana? To the extent that in his own backyard, in his own constituency, Galamsey is everywhere. Galamsey there, Galamsey where, Galamsey everywhere in Bali Bamboy constituency. President Mahama, Ghanaians are also asking you, what is the position of the NDC on the LGBTQ bill? You have gone silent on it, and Ghanaians are asking questions. Religious bodies are asking questions. That the promise that you made, that when you come into government, you will pass the bill. We are waiting for you. And again, Ghanaians are asking you that we are suffering with your D-levy. The hardship on us is something which is very unbearable. And Ghanaians are asking questions on your government. Ghanaians never knew that your research meant mass terminations of appointments. People who have worked in government institutions without necessarily having any political affiliations have been told to go home under your government. Is it the 24-hour economy you promised us, which meant mass dismissal and termination of appointments? Fellow Kukudais, ladies and gentlemen, let our answer be loud. Let it be clear. Let it be bold. Yes, yes, the new Patriotic Party is ready. The new Patriotic Party will use this conference as a tool in our attempt to recapture power in 2028. And with a united front, devoid of individualism, I can assure you, I can tell you that in 2028, victory is coming. In 2028, the new Patriotic Party will win the elections. In 2028, Ghana will see the new Patriotic Party in the helm of affairs. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Let's do it together. Very energetic message from the General Secretary. Quick introductions, we also want to acknowledge our father, our uncle. He is a founding member of the New Patriotic Party, former treasurer, and he is the chairman for the National Council of Elders. Our own father, Honorable Hakman Owusu-Agyemang, thank you very much. We thank you very much for coming. Former chairman, former campaign manager, Chairman McMahon, thank you. Former national youth organizer, former national organizer, former general secretary, John Buedu, thank you very much. Former national chairman, Honorable Freddie Wasima-Wuble, and the longest serving leader in parliament. He was a minority leader, he became a majority leader. Honorable Osei Che Mensa Bonsu. Honorable Osei Che Mensa Bonsu, thank you very much for gracing this occasion. National Second Vice Chairperson, Madame Rita Talata Sobaya is here. National Third Vice Chairperson, Alhaj Masawudu. Chairman Buga Buga. Chairman, thank you very much for coming. National Nasara Coordinator is here, Alhaj Aziz Futa. And again, the National Youth Organizer, Salam Mustafa, is also here. Kate Jamfua is the National Women's Organizer. National Treasurer just delivered his report. Again, before I call on the next speaker, let me acknowledge the leadership in Parliament. They are doing an excellent work in Parliament. Led by the Osahene Alexander Afenyo-Markin, we have the Deputy Minority Leader as our own mother, Honorable Patricia Apeje, MP Asokwa. Chief Whip, MP in Sanwom, is also Honorable Frank Ano Dompre. Deputy Chief Whips, Honorable Habib Idrisu Tolong and Jerry Ahmed Shaibu Weja. On that note, let me welcome our leader in Parliament, the leader of the mighty minority, the man who is doing so well, the young man making waves, Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markin, to give us a message from our Parliament. Honorable Kwamina Afenyo-Markin, you are welcome to deliver a statement from our Parliament. Anyangle male jata, jata ela o fiade, ela o la o side, o ma lo, o ma lo, o ma lo, o ma lo, o ma lo. Anyangle male jata, jata ela o fiade. Ela o la o side o malo. Acting National Chairman of our great party, Your Excellency President John Ajekum Kufuor, Your Excellency former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency former Vice President and former flag bearer of our party, Dr. Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia, and your dear spouse, our respected former colleague, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe, and former running mate of our dear party, members of the diplomatic corps, national executives of our great party,
distinguished members of the Council of Elders, Second Deputy Speaker of Parliament, colleagues in leadership, honorable mighty minority members of Parliament, regional executives, constituency executives, distinguished delegates, representatives from our external branches, fellow patriots, members of TESCON, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Let us recall the piercing wisdom of our revered former President John Agyekum Kufuor. It is better to be a cleaner in a party in power than the general secretary of a party in opposition. These words echo with urgency today as we gather in the shadow of our 2024 defeat. A loss that stings not because we failed, but because Ghana is now paying the price for trusting the NDC's hollow promises. Barely months into their tenure, the NDC's betrayal is glaring. New levies on fuel have spiked pump prices, crushing ordinary Ghanaians. Their pledge to end Galamsey has collapsed into chaos. The president calls it a national emergency, yet refuses to declare a state of emergency. Their vow to reset our nation has become a brazen assault on our judiciary, starting with the shameful vilification of our Chief Justice. Their promise of change, a sham, with schemes afoot to funnel our mineral wealth to their cronies. Worst of all, the questionable Ablekumanot rerun, where NDC-affiliated tax attacked our candidates, Nana Ekwe-Afriye, former MP Hawa Kumsin, and journalists exposed their willingness to trample democracy with violence. The message is clear. NDC is a failure. Ghana deserves better. Our 2024 loss exposed our cracks, internal rifts, faltering resolve, and a message that didn't connect. Yet this defeat is not our end. It is our crucible, fortifying us for the battles ahead. You must channel this moment of disillusionment into a movement of renewal, turning pain into purpose. Let me share a story that should humble all of us. In 2005, a democratically elected leader stood at the gate of American embassy in New Delhi, holding a valid passport, but facing an insurmountable barrier. The United States had denied Narendra Modi a visa, not for any criminal conviction, but because the world had judged him guilty. Imagine that moment of profound isolation. Here was a man who had won the trust of millions, yet reduced to persona non grata on the global stage. The humiliation was complete. The path forward seemed impossible. But Modi made a choice that day that would define not his future, but the destiny of his party and some 1.5 billion people. Today, that same man commands audience at the G20, addresses joint sessions of the United States Congress, and leads one of the world's most growing economies. Recently, he visited our republic and addressed our parliament, stating, "True democracy promotes discussions and debates. It unites people. It supports dignity and promotes human rights." I couldn't agree more. Modi's journey from global pariah to world statesman offers us, the NPP, a roadmap from our current wilderness to future victory. Modi's resurrection began with a revolutionary principle. In a nation fractured by castes, religious, ethnic, and linguistic differences, he declared, "All the citizens, all the voters are my countrymen." Fellow patriots, look around us this very afternoon. Look at the divisions that have sprouted like weeds since our defeat. We cannot, we must not allow 2024 to become the year that destroyed the NPP. From this moment, we speak with one voice. We move with one resolve. We are not Achim, Ashanti, Fante, Mamprushi, Gonja, Ga, or Ewe. We are NPP. We became known for possibilities, but this rebranding wasn't cosmetic, it was substantive. We cannot rebrand ourselves through better slogans. We must rebrand ourselves through better results and strong character. This conference marks a pivotal moment in our party's journey. As we gather under the theme, rebuilding together with our values, we are called not only to reflect, but to renew. We are called to look inward and ask ourselves the hard questions. Who are we? What binds us? And where are we going? We are in a season that demands sober reflection, radical unity, and a return to first principles. This is a time of transition, a time when we are repositioning as a party in opposition. It is a time to rebuild, a time to reconnect with our grassroots, to re-express our ideals with clarity, with vision for the future. We are at a critical juncture as a party, not because our tradition is broken, but because it is being tested by an electoral defeat, internal tensions, unmet expectations, and the competing ambition of people who want to serve. But let us remind ourselves, ambition must never override party loyalty. Competition must never erode patriotism, and political differences must never poison the well of unity. Dear patriots, every political tradition, every movement that has endured storms and achieved victories has been built on one unshakable foundation: unity. Without unity, we are just individuals with ambition. But with unity, we become a force, a party with direction, discipline, and destiny. Unity does not mean uniformity. It doesn't mean we all agree on everything. It means loyalty to a shared purpose. It means commitment to the flag, the same values, and the same future. The NPP has never been merely a political organization. We are a tradition built on the sweat, sacrifice, and convictions of patriots who came before us. Patriots who who believed in liberty, human dignity, the rule of law, and the boundless potential of the Ghanaian people, realized through the active participation of the private sector. Values must be our compass, especially now. For us as a party, the Modi story is instructive. The lesson for us is simple. It is possible to rebuild, and leadership is empty without a united party. Like the BJP, we have known both power and opposition. We have faced criticism and internal differences. But unity is the absence of is not the absence of disagreement. It is a decision to prioritize collective strength over individual ambition. If we are to reclaim our position of leadership and trust, we must first reclaim the spirit of unity, discipline, and shared purpose that build this party. We must reconnect with the base, re-engage the grassroots, and rise together, not as isolated contenders, but as unified movement driven by conviction and clarity. Like the BJP, our party too must rediscover the principle and the ethos that define our founding fathers. We must rebuild, yes, but not as a scattered stones. We must rebuild together, brick by brick, anchored in our values and in the unshakable belief that no individual is bigger than the NPP. That belief must reflect our tone, our language, our strategy, and most importantly, in our posture towards one another. Internal discord, suspicions, and disunity have cost us. We must learn from our losses, and we must do so quickly. And I ask again, what are our values? Our party, guided by the enduring motto, development in freedom, stands for democratic accountability, the rule of law, free enterprise, and national self-confidence. Rooted in the Dankwa Dombo Buzia tradition, we are inspired by a deep sense of perseverance, resilience, and an unyielding faith in Ghana's manifest destiny as a free, just, and prosperous society of opportunities. We believe in building a nation where every Ghanaian, regardless of the circumstance of birth, gender, ethnicity, or religion, must be offered the chance to rise through merit, effort, and enterprise. Our vision of a property-owning democracy has evolved beyond land or housing to mean giving every citizen a stake in national progress through education, healthcare, financial inclusion, and decent jobs. Every child and youth must be equipped with the skills, values, confidence, and opportunity to be entrepreneurial or to climb the professional career ladder. From rural development and bold social interventions to industrialization, the NPP remains committed to inclusive growth, law and order, and empowering all Ghanaians to shape their own destinies in a free society. We believe in inclusive growth that lifts farmers, teachers, traders, and students together. We stand for law and order, the bedrock of peace and progress. We uphold democratic accountability where leaders serve, not rule. Because in this party, we believe Ghana's greatness lies in the hands of her people. Your sweat, your courage, and your dreams. In freedom, you, the Ghanaian, are the author of your destiny. This is our covenant. They are the binding principles of the NPP. The NPP has never been a party of despair. We are a party of destiny. But that destiny will slip from our hands if we allow disunity, bitterness, anger, and self-interest to consume us. Let us end the hate campaigns and the subtle sabotage. It is time to choose unity over ego and party over self. If we fight one another, we will end up falling together. But if we fight for one another, we shall rise together. We have known victory and defeat. We've made mistakes, but we are not a broken party. We are only a battle-tested party. We must not allow current challenges to blur our vision or break our ranks. Yes, we have differences. Yes, we've made mistakes, but we must never forget we are what we stand for and where we are going. Let this be a reminder. No matter how talented a leader is, they are nothing without a united, disciplined, and visionary party behind them. That symbiosis, leader and party rising together, it's what we must seek to achieve. No individual can make it alone. Everyone needs the party. Since the NDC government assumed office in January, we've witnessed a very disturbing development. Intimidation of our party members and a dangerous trend of persecution of our leaders and supporters. These attacks are not random. They are strategic attempts to weaken us, but they will fail. They will fail because our response will be unity. Our motto moving forward from today should be touch one, touch all. When one of us is touched, all of us must rise. We are one family, and the strength of our family is its loyalty in crisis. If we choose unity over ego, purpose over personal ambition, no force can ever stop us in 2028. When we are united, no external force can divide us. But when we are divided, even our strength can be used against us. Rebuilding does not mean avoiding or overlooking our differences. It means confronting them with maturity. It means refusing to let factions become permanent fractures. It means calling each other back to the center, the core which brought us this far. Your servant in Parliament hereby assure you through me that the NPP caucus remains resolute. We are not retreating. We are strong, united and committed to the values and ideologies of our party. We shall continue to defend the legacy of our party in Parliament, hold government accountable, and show the Ghanaian people that we remain the better alternative. To our aspiring candidates, let this be a season of sober reflection. There is room for all of us at the table, but there is no room for selfish ambition. Let us rise above the temptation to win at all costs and choose instead to serve at all costs. Delegates, the future of our party rests in the choices we make today. Let us choose unity over division. Let us all rally around our elected leaders and reignite hope among our base. To our grassroots, you are the lifeblood of this great tradition. Your sacrifices, your patience, and unwavering loyalty have kept us afloat in seasons of triumph and in valleys of loss. And so to you, I say, hold on. Do not lose hope. We shall rise again. The elephant has only stumbled. It has not been defeated. You have never given up on us. And we, your servants in Parliament, will never give up on you either. And to our youth, you form the majority, and your energy, your voice, and your ideas are not just welcome, they are essential. TESCOM, this is your moment. Stay grounded to our values. Stay focused on the bigger picture. Know that the future of this party belongs to you, the TESCOM youth, and our youth scattered all over the country. Learn from the elders in Parliament. Don't insult them. Engage them. Absorb their wisdom and grow with a strong conviction of our party and what it stands for. That way, you can also lead with clarity, build with purpose, and sustain the NPP legacy that has been entrusted to you. It is time to stop feeling sorry for ourselves. Yes, we lost 2024 elections in a big way, but let us be clear, this was not a defeat born out of failure. It was a perfect storm of adversity no government in the Fourth Republic has ever had. From the banking crisis that threatened to collapse our financial system, which we spent billions fixing, restoring confidence and stability, to the global COVID-19 pandemic that brought the world to its knees. Then came the Russia-Ukraine war, unleashing the harshest cost of living crisis in generation. And through it all, we governed with a hung parliament and an opposition speaker. No government in our democratic history faced this scale of compounded crisis. Yet, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in the driving seat, we held the line. We do not downplay the struggle the Ghanaian people had to endure, but we should commend them because it was the sacrifices they, including the bondholders, made, which led to the big economic recovery we started witnessing from early 2024. We endured, the people endured, and still we delivered. That was leadership, tested best in major crisis. We should not be shy of the mighty gains we made under very difficult circumstances under Nana Akufo-Addo. We fixed the crisis and handed over an economy with stronger GDP growth than what we inherited in 2017. We built historic levels of gold and foreign exchange reserves the current administration is now relying on to prop up the city and support the economy. We created jobs. We built more roads than any government in 8 years span and implemented free SHS, a globally unprecedented feat in a country where most students are boarders. We industrialized like never before, from 1D, 1F and industrial parks to an emerging automotive sector that positions Ghana as the manufacturing hub of Africa's single market. We expanded health infrastructure, revitalized agriculture, and rolled out STEM so boldly. The STEM education agenda, we successfully rolled it out to equip our youth with skills for the jobs of tomorrow. Thanks to Matthew Opoku Prempeh and Dr. Educhum. We set Ghana on irreversible digitalization path, placing our nation at the forefront of promising digital economy and after. Fellow patriots, rather than feeling sorry for ourselves, let us face the truth. We took the hard, necessary decisions to save this economy. And now, Mohammed's government is taking propaganda credit, reaping where it has not sown when they talk about resetting, where it is the so-called 24-hour economy, the gold board or anything else. They are simply rebranding our achievements and marketing them as their own. Let no one be deceived. The foundation they are standing on was laid by this party, by our sacrifices, by our bold leadership in the face of crisis. So no, this party has no reason to hang its head at all. In closing, I want to reiterate our theme, rebuilding together with our values. It is a charge. It is a call to realign, to renew and to rise together. And we rise again in unity and in the enduring spirit of our party, our great NPP. And I say to all of you, though we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, we fear no evil. Let us go back to our roots. Let us rebuild with courage. Let us reimagine our future. And let us reclaim the spirit that built this party. A spirit of sacrifice, of loyalty, of conviction. We've done it before. We can do it again. And let it be that by the grace of God, we will. God bless us all. God bless the NPP. And God bless our beloved nation, Ghana. Thank you so much.
Thank you very minority leader, the strong and dynamic Honorable Apenyo Markin. We now listen to a message from our immediate past president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The message is going to be read by a very dynamic lady. She's a two-term MP for Ayawasu West Wugon, the very constituency where this stadium, this beautiful edifice is built. She's been a deputy minister before. She has actually received an honorary doctorate, both in the international and national circles. She has received many awards. She has served the NPP with commitment and dedication. And she's the first female chief of staff in Ghana. Let us welcome with a round of applause our own very honorable Akosia Frema Osei Opari as she reads a speech on behalf of the immediate past president.
The acting national chairman of the New Patriotic Party and the national executives, the former president, His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor, the former vice president, Dr. Alhaji Mahamadou Bawumia, and spouse, Hajia Samira Bawumia, the minority leader and members of parliament, members of the National Council and members of the Council of Elders, representatives of political parties present, the diplomatic corps, former ministers of state and other government appointees, regional executives, constituency executives, members of TESCON, members of conference, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I read you the message from His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. I feel a profound sense of gratitude for the trust and cooperation conference has shown me from the days of old, and most particularly during my tenure as President of the Republic for 2 consecutive terms. It was a great privilege to serve in that capacity on the ticket of our ever-capable New Patriotic Party. I say ever-capable because of that our non-consecutive periods in government since the 1992 dispensation began, firstly under President John Ajekum Kufuor from the 2001 to 2009, and secondly myself, that is Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, from 2017 to 2025. We have through it all demonstrated the resilience of our rank and file against challenges and shown without doubt, as our records have proven, that it is always only under the new patriotic government that Ghana thrives. Today, we gather here at conference as representatives of the teeming mass of party faithfuls across the country to undertake a very important constitutional endeavor. As delegates, it is important to remind ourselves that this crucial representative function for and on behalf of our people transcends being physically present here. Wherever we are from, Though we convey here at the University of Ghana, this esteemed institution of learning and history, the acquired sentiments of despair and doubt of the people we are representing today, we most importantly carry their sentiments and expectation and hope. Hope that the key steps we will undertake here will in whole or in part be a formidable effort towards restructuring, rebuilding, and reclaiming the reins of governance of our dear country. And that whilst the path will not always be easy, we will remain deeply proud of the progress made at every step, the lives we touched, and the hope we inspired. Whilst our present situation has been necessitated by circumstances we cannot ignore, I am optimistic through dialogue, mutual understanding, strong commitment to our principles and values, we can rebuild the bridges and restore the unity that has always been our strength. Fellow delegates, conference must reflect what we want all to know, that ours is not just a political party, it is a family. And as is typical of every family, we must find ways to reconcile differences and ensure that every member has a place at the table and is up and ready to be counted. We must unleash inherent energy amongst our youth with enough focus on adequate use of our structures like the recently inaugurated Patriotic Institute to empower them and offer them the opportunities to grow. They are no more the future, they are the present. Their energy, innovation, and resilience must be the driving forces behind our progress on this rebuilding journey. Our efforts must be all-inclusive. That is why structures or laws crafted in a bygone era, which notably do not reflect the realities and aspirations of our contemporary existence, must be opened up and critically examined to follow for proper reforms. Severally, I have stated, and today will be no exception, that we must continue to stand firm and united behind the eternally forthright ideals and principles of the Dankwa Dombo Buzia political tradition, which has proven the most suited political tradition on our Ghanaian market. We must make room for belief to replace doubt. For it was out of nothing that our illustrious forebears found purpose in a melting pot of scenic salt pond to bear what has over the years transformed into the formidable political ticket we have in the NPP. Our conduct, therefore, throughout this period will either reinforce the confidence of the Ghanaian people in the NPP or draw them away from us. Accordingly, I wish us all at the National Annual Delegates Conference, I wish you well and hope that the deliberations will be fruitful. May God bless the new Patriotic Party and us all, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our mother,
who has made history, the first ever female chief of staff. Thank you very much. Ma Nyame Nhyira. Thank you, Ma Nyame Nhyira. Okay.
Who has the leadership qualities necessary to protect and move forward this extraordinary nation in the next chapter of its progress? Who can lead us to take the next bold steps toward the prosperity and general well-being of every citizen of Ghana? The first focus for those of us in the NPP is 22nd December 2007, when the party's 2008 presidential candidate will be selected by the National Congress. Last week, after completing my nationwide consultation with the rank and file of the party, the renowned water testing exercise, so described by our national chairman, began by the of all 230 constituencies of the country in the upper east region on Sunday, 23rd July 2006.
messages from our former president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor. Yada Omoase. Kukudu conference. Very soon we are going to the second half. But before we do so, let me take this opportunity to also acknowledge the presence of our former ministers. A lot of them are here. We thank you very much. Our former appointees, MMDCs, CEOs, board chairpersons. Thank you very much. Let me also say that we are live on several television networks. Now, it is time to take a message from the former vice president. It is time to take a message from the former presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party. Now let's welcome His Excellency, the former Vice President, Dr. Alhaj Muhammadu Bawumia, to give us his message.
I'm an overcomer. Yes, I didn't
Yes, I didn't
over Satan power.
Over Satan power. NPP, you better kunim.
See, I'm an overcomer. I say yes, I did.
Yes, you better kunim. Yetebia, you better one bomb. Yetebia, you better one bomb.
I'm an overcomer. I say yes, I didn't
Yes, you better kunim.
Over Satan power.
Over Satan power. Zion didn't kunim.
I'm an overcomer.
We are overcomers. Hosanna!
Jesus,
our strength is in the Lord. Yahweh, oh, yeah,
Hosanna.
Yeah, to Hosanna.
Jesus,
Hey, Yamina,
Jesus,
NPP. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's welcome His Excellency the Vice President, the former Vice President, 2024 presidential candidate.
Kukurudu. 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 National Chairman, acting the General Secretary, our former President J. Kufuor, former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who I'm sure are watching us, the former Chief of Staff, the former Second Lady, my beautiful Samira, members of Parliament, former ministers and former members of Parliament, former MMDCs, our national executives, external members of external branches, regional executives, constituency executives, electoral area coordinators, polling station executives, and representatives of other political parties, fellow crocodiles. Kukurudu. It is with mixed feelings that I welcome you all to this National Delegates Conference. It is a joy to see the representation of our party from across the country converge once again for conference. I, however, would have wished that we would have been doing so under different circumstances. Yet, still, I am filled with hope that as we reflect and reorganize, we will soon be given the opportunity once again by our countrymen and women to serve and assist in rebuilding and transforming our nation. Crocodiles, the task ahead of us is one that we have to conduct with diligence and measure. In times like this, we should be focused on strengthening our bonds of unity and reinvesting in the ties that bind us. Our foundation and our strength has always been in building a united party. We have been the party that has over the years built the broadest coalition of citizens, not just to win, but to govern. We have been the party that has over the years offered hope to the largest diversity of our peoples. Under our tent, it has not mattered where you come from, whether you are Sefi, Fanti, Ewe, Ashanti, Gadangme, Krobo, Dagomba, Wala, Dagati, Konkomba, Frafra, or Mampusi. It has not mattered what religion you practice, whether you are a Christian, a Muslim, or a traditional African religious practitioner. It has not mattered whether you are rich or poor, or whether you are formally educated or not. This is why the root of our party resulted from an amalgamation of parties from different parts of Ghana and different interest groups. Let us remind ourselves that the parties that merged to form the United Party included the National Liberation Movement, dominant in Ashanti, the Northern People's Party, representing the Northern Territories, the Muslim Association Party, the Anglo Youth Organization based in the Volta region, Gan Shefimope represented the Gan interests in Greater Accra region. The Togoland Congress focused on British Togoland interests. The Federation Youth Organization. It is clear, therefore, that the bonds of unity in diversity has been our lifeblood and our foundation. Now more than ever, we must refresh them and desist from any language, character, or actions that divide us. With unity and consistency, we can regain the trust of Ghanaians. If we are fractured and at each other's throats, none of us can cross over and lead us to fulfill this party's purpose. Let me say that tribalism and religious bigotry, from whichever quarters it emanates, pose an existential threat and should have no place in the new patriotic party. We must also be consistent in pursuance of our effort to address not just the challenges within, but more importantly, the challenges that bedevil our motherland. In governance, there are ups and downs. Through the President J. Kufuor and President Nana Akufo-Addo periods, we succeeded at many things with monumental and transformational achievements. Their achievements, these two great presidents, their achievements will stand the test of time. We have also learned useful lessons in how to improve some things in the future. We must remain resolute and consistent in doing the right things again and in applying the lessons the next time. We must ensure that Ghanaians genuinely see the lessons we have learnt and are willing to apply the next time round. We shouldn't be shy about them. It is then that our fellow countrymen and women will give us another opportunity to serve. Ladies and gentlemen, an army that wants to win a battle must exercise discipline within its ranks. Too often, when we are yet to choose leaders, indiscipline, unacceptable language, and unpardonable behavior become the order of the day. In the end, when internal competitions are over, the attacks we would have launched on ourselves become fodder and ammunition which our opponents use to attack us. We experienced it in the 2024 campaign, and we should not let it happen again a second time. This is why I call on all Kukrudites to stop internal attacks now. Let's stop the internal attacks now. Let us rather focus on the attempt by the NDC to undermine our democracy and rule of law in trying to remove the Chief Justice. Let us focus on their clear intention to go after the Electoral Commissioner subsequently. Let us focus on the violence and thuggery their hoodlums carried out in the recent Ablekuma election, in full view of the police and cameras. I again call on His Excellency the President to bring the perpetrators to book and to remind them that the elephant never forgets. No matter how long it takes, we will prosecute the perpetrators when we assume office in 2029, inshallah. To the leadership of the party, I ask that you be firm and crack the whip so that discipline is maintained within our ranks. It is with discipline, humility, lessons learned, and the pursuit of a common good for Ghana that we can become the refreshed party we desire. Finally, in all our decisions today and in all our actions towards the reform process, let us be guided by the rule of what is in the best interest of Ghana. At dawn on December 8th, 2024, as I prepared my remarks to concede the election 24, my singular focus was on what's in the best interest of Ghana. I am fortified in my heart that as politicians, we should always be guided by what's in the best interest of Ghana at all times. What represents the best example to Ghana's children? What is in Ghana's best interest will always be in the best interest of the NPP. We cannot ever go wrong with that. Let us showcase it more and more as we reflect and rebuild. I have no doubt that notwithstanding the challenges ahead, of which there will be many, if we are united and disciplined and work hard, we will win the 2028 presidential and parliamentary elections by the grace of God. It is still possible. I wish us all a successful annual Delegates Conference. God bless you. God bless the NPP, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Salamu alaikum.
What else? Obiantone Coalition. Biantone Coalition. Obiantone Coalition. Memma woni pe bi embu abonfia. Ahopopo mo yenyi na bohuntia. Oya wotan for jano maniwia. Yambu amu amunsi na bunke. Se upe mo anyo menyi na edi. Nana nyameni awakano ne bebe mo. Kawuma usaswa bipo nyine tutu. So my body don't lose that. Kawakoma Everybody singing hallelujah. Hallelujah. Everybody singing hallelujah. Hallelujah. Let me sing, oh yeah. Say let me sing, oh yeah.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, the former President of Ghana, President John Ejekum Kufuor. Thank you all the speakers of today. Thank you for the messages that you've given to us. Thank you all regional teams. Thank you to our national executives who have been so actively involved and have helped to make this event a success. Thank you, organizing team. Thank you all of you who have contributed in various ways to make this event a success. And thank you, His Excellency, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, for that deliberate message and for the confidence with which you have spoken to us today. Thank you to all the various speakers. Thank you to all the well-wishers. Thank you for all the fraternal messages that we have received today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to all our 276 constituents across the country who are so well represented here today. Thank you for traveling from all corners of the country to ensure that the 2025 Delegates Conference is a success. Thank you for all your efforts. We are so grateful. Without you, there would be no conference. Thank you to our honorable members of Parliament. Thank you to our strong Zimbabwe minority. Thank you for your speech. I'm an overcomer. Thank you once again to our general. Thank you to our national. Thank you to all our strong speakers today for the contributions that you have made. I'm an overcomer. I say yes, we're doing well. Yes, we're doing. Thank you. Overstate and power. I'm an overcomer. I believe now. I'm into Hosanna. I am falling out. Jesus, never know. I am falling out. Jesus never knows. I mean, I won't wanna say Jesus never knows. Who is this King of glory? Strong and mighty. Yes, we can call him all. See, I'm an overcomer. Listen, no weapon fashioned against me shall prosper. For the greater one lives in me, yes, he does. Yes, yes, we can call him all. See, I'm an overcomer. I say, yes, we can call him. Yes, we can call him.
Thank you very much. Conference, we have gotten to a very critical and very important portion or a part of our program under the party's constitution. Article 19 is clear that any amendment whatsoever, whatever nature, whatever type, the kind of amendment can only be effected by this body duly constituted and duly opened. On this note, the General Secretary, in accordance with the provision of the party's constitution, invited proposals for amendment of the party's constitution. After the proposals, again according to the constitution, the General Secretary circulated the proposals
to the regional party and the constituency party. The amendment committee made up of Frank Davis, the chairman, Idi Muhaideen, the secretary, Honorable Patricia Apiejei, member, Honorable Kojo Opong Nkrumah, member, Honorable Ebenezer Gilbert Nina Nate, also a member, Dr. Antoinette Tibudaku, a member, Honorable Diana Asunabadapa, a member, Dr. Ekuya Amwako, and our very own Makafui Wanya, Volta Regional Chairman, also a member. Council put in place this committee to receive all of these proposals. At this point, I will invite the Constitutional or the Constitution Amendment Committee to come and guide us through all the motions put together so Council can do the needful. So let me invite the Frank Davis Committee, the Constitutional Amendment Committee, to come before conference, put before conference all motions so that conference will duly decide. Presiding Chairman of Conference, the General Secretary of the party, His Excellency Dr. Alhaj Mahmoud Bawumia, former Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, all party faithful, friends of the media, both print and electronic, fellow party representatives, our distinguished elders of this great party, our distinguished delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. This obviously is the climax of today's engagement, the 2025 National Annual Delegates Conference of this great party, the new Patriotic Party, NPP. Distinguished party faithful, in keeping with the tradition of the new Patriotic Party and in line with the spirit of the party constitution, the National Council of the party
at this meeting on April 16, 2025, constituted a 9-member Constitution Amendment Committee following the submission of the report of the Professor Okwe-led 2024 Election Review Committee. The committee, which was subsequently inaugurated by the National Chairman on April 25, 2025, had the following composition. Dr. Ekwia Amwakun, member. Honorable Ebenezer Gilbert Nina Nate, Dr. Antoinette Tibudakun, Honorable Diana Asonabadapa, Honorable Makafui Wanya, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah Esquire, Honorable Patricia Apiaje, Idi Muhayedin Esquire, Member Secretary, and of course my good self, Frank Davis Esquire, Chairman. The terms of reference of the committee included to identify provisions of the party constitution that require amendments in order to give effect to the recommendations of the Mike Okwe Election Review Committee, to work on the recommendations of the 2021 Constitution Review Committee chaired by Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markin, to receive proposals from party members and identifiable groups for amendments to the party constitution, to categorize the proposals into various articles and clauses for ease of reference, to make appropriate recommendations to guide the debate at the National Delegates Conference. In line with the party's tradition and the letter and spirit of the party constitution, particularly Article 19, the General Secretary, by a formal communication dated April 25, 2025, requested party members and identifiable groups who wish to propose amendments to the party's constitution to submit their written proposals to the office of the General Secretary or send same directly to the committee via an email address set out for that purpose. Consequently, the committee received over 300 amendment proposals, both in hard copy and via the official email address. In pursuance of its mandate, the committee critically examined these amendment proposals, considered the Afenyo-Markin-led Constitution Review Committee, as well as the recommendations of the Professor Okwe-led Election Review Committee for Constitutional Reforms. The committee then examined the provisions in the NPP Constitution in respect of which amendments have been proposed and the Constitution as a whole. While streamlining and categorizing the proposed amendments and the various articles and clauses, the committee made recommendations for their acceptance or otherwise. Where appropriate, the committee also made some modifications to ensure coherence and consistency with other constitutional provisions, and more importantly, with the time-tested tradition and aspirations of the party as enshrined in the Constitution. Recommendations made by the committee were informed largely by the totality of the views expressed by the proponents, the underlying principles and traditions of the party, which ought to be respected and protected, while ensuring that the Constitution reflects current socio-political developments of the party in its forward march to advancing the cause of democracy and the rule of law. Fellow delegates, below are the motions formulated by the committee out of the amendment proposals that were submitted to both the General Secretary and committee by party members and identifiable groups for consideration and approval by the National Delegates Conference herein assembled. For the purposes of clarity and to make what we are about to do very distinct without any misunderstanding when we leave here, I'm going to set out the modalities for the run of the motions. I am going to take the motions seriatim from 1 to 56. After I have read out the motions, for the motions will be read by another member of the committee in the person of Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah Esquire. After the recommendations, the motion will be put to vote, and we are going to have a voice vote, the ayes and the nays. Distinguished fellow delegates, party faithful, if I have your attention at this particular point in time, I would start the exercise in earnest. Motion number 1. To amend Article 1 of the Constitution to include the party's motto, symbol, and colors. Justification. The absence of the party's motto, symbol, and colors in the Constitution is an obvious omission and ought to be rectified. The party's motto, symbol, and colors must find expression in the party's Constitution. Fellow delegates, those in favor of motion number 1, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 2, Article 3(7). Amend Article 3(7) of the Constitution to give the power to recommend suspension of a member or an office holder pending disciplinary action against him to the appropriate disciplinary committee rather than the executive committee. Justification. The amendment is necessary to ensure justified suspension of party executives, either elected or appointed by executive committees, only upon recommendation by the disciplinary committee, pending disciplinary proceedings against such officers. It is the disciplinary committee that shall recommend suspension, having regard to its preliminary findings. Having heard the motion loudly and the justification, distinguished delegates, those in favor of motion number 2, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 3, amend Article 437. Amend Article 437 of the Constitution to allow for a complaint against any constituency or regional officer, whether elected or appointed, to be filed at 1 in the case of the constituency officer, the regional executive committee, and 2 in the case of the regional officer, the national executive committee. Justification. The amendment seeks to achieve fair and equal treatment or handling of disciplinary matters involving elected officers and appointed officers who are at the same level of the party by providing that they
should be dealt with by the same disciplinary committee.
Having heard motion number 3, distinguished delegates, those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 4, amend Article 5(6). Amend Article 5(6) of the Constitution to adopt the Electoral Commission of Ghana's demarcation and cluster of electoral areas.
Chairman, the justification is as follows. The EC's electoral area systems are predetermined, bereft of controversies, and involve more polling stations than the party's demarcations of electoral area. The current provision in the party's constitution is that where polling stations under an electoral area exceed 10, an additional electoral area may be created. This lack of certainty and exactitude has triggered misunderstandings in the creation of some electoral areas. The adoption of the EC's electoral area system cures any such misunderstanding or perceived mischief.
Motion number 4. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 5. Article 6. I must say at this stage that this is a new provision. Amend Article 6 of the Constitution to provide for an electoral area executive committee structure made up of 5 members who shall all be elected, comprising the electoral area chairperson, secretary, organizer, communications officer, and electoral affairs officer.
The justification is as follows, Chairman. The current system requires limited expansion to allow for increased participation and support in the management of the electoral areas. A 5-member committee enhances operational capacity and ensures a more inclusive and structured approach to supervising polling station activities.
Distinguished delegates, those in favor of motion number 5, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 6, amend Article 6(1) of the Constitution to increase the polling station executives from 5 to 7, who are all to be elected, comprising the chairperson, secretary, organizer, women's organizer, youth organizer, communications officer, and electoral affairs officer.
Chairman of Conference, this committee respectfully recommends the one-man, one-vote system as a long-term electoral framework for the party. In the absence of the foundational structures for the one-man, one-vote electoral system, the proposed limited expansion, which, if approved, will represent a 40% increase in the electoral college at the polling station level, is more realistic and manageable. It has the effect of increasing the electoral college considerably while the party works on the recommended one-man, one-vote system respectfully submitted.
I now put the vote. Those in favor of motion number 6, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it.
Motion number 7. Amend Articles 6.1, 7.2, 9.1, and 10.7.3 of the Constitution to split or decouple the position of research and electoral affairs officer at the constituency, regional, and national levels of the party.
Chairman, the amendment brings the needed focus and attention to each of the two responsibilities. Also, it is not every researcher who understands electoral matters and vice versa. Therefore, the recommendation is that separating the positions and appointing people with the requisite expertise to occupy the respective positions will inure to the party's benefit.
Those in favor, delegates, motion number 7, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes obviously have it. Motion number 8. Amend Article 7.2 of the Constitution to include the Constituency Research Officer, Electoral Affairs Officer, PWD, that persons with disability coordinator on the Constituency Executive Committee.
Justification. This represents a limited expansion of the Constituency Executive Committee and seeks to promote inclusivity and broader participation.
Delegates, those in favor, say aye. Motion number 9. Amend Articles 7.5, 9.2, and 10.7 at all levels of the party elected from the polling station, electoral area, or communication officer shall be designated the Director of Communications.
Mr. Chairman, the appointment of communication officers has, in many instances, been making the positions elective will afford the party delegate opportunity to select persons that they think shall remain appointed. Respectfully submitted, Chairman.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The amend Articles 7.10 and who get appointed into government from continuing to hold their offices.
Justification. Party officers who are appointed into government should not be allowed to hold dual positions. So long as they have accepted the appointment to serve in government, it is recommended that they focus on their mandate in government and give opportunity for other equally competent party members to occupy their positions in the party. It is also in line with the provisions in Clause 10 of Article 7 and Clause 7 of Article 9, which are intended to ensure that government appointees do not hold constituency, regional, and national executive offices. Chairman, respectfully submitted.
Delegates, those in favor of motion number 10, say aye. The ayes have it. Motion number 11. Amend Articles 726 and 924 of the Constitution to provide that any vacancy that may occur for whatever reason in the case be filled by the Deputy Constituency and Deputy Regional Secretary.
Chairman, the recommendation is as follows. The Deputy Constituency and Deputy Regional Secretaries, just like the substantive Constituency and Regional Secretaries in conference, the Deputy Secretaries should be able to occupy the positions of the substantive secretaries in the...
Say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 12. Amend Article 727 of the Constitution to give voting rights to national and regional officers at the Constituency Delegates Conference at the constituency they hail from.
Chairman, they hail from, where they may also serve as patrons and source of logistical support. This amendment is also geared towards the proposed limited expansion of the Electoral College pending the one-man, one-vote system.
Delegates in favor of motion number 12, say aye. The ayes have it. Motion number 13. Delegates, with great respect and faithfully, thank you. Motion number 13. Amend Article 722 of the Constitution to provide national delegates conferences every 2 years, that is biennially instead of annually.
Chairman, this amendment looks at holding timely but necessary conferences across within the period before the biennial may be called. Respectfully submitted.
Delegates in favor of motion number 13, say aye. The ayes have it. 27B of the Constitution to give voting rights to the electoral area executives at the constituency biennial delegate.
Electoral area coordinators and all polling station executives have voting rights at constituency delegate, electoral area chairperson, and 4 other executives should also have voting rights at the constituency delegates conference. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor of motion just ably recommended, say aye. Those against say nay. The 15. Amend Articles 729 and 927 of the Constitution to allow constituency the party at the constituency and regional delegates conference with the prior approval of the recommendation.
Constituency and regional secretaries are the administrative heads of the constituency and regional party to the constituency and regional party, respectively, to the delegates conference, with prior approval of the constituency and regional.
Those in favor, against say nay. 16. Amend Articles 729 and 927 of the treasurers at the constituency and regional delegates conference to have received prior approval.
This amendment allows the constituency and regional executive committees to scrutinize and give a stamp of approval to the statements before they are presented at the delegates conference. Respectfully submitted.
Those against, say nay. 7.
I know you have your booklet. Can respond. Thank you very much. Motion number 17. Amend Article 730 of the Constitution to provide that the Regional Executive Committee shall appoint persons other than polling station, electoral area, and constituency officers to supervise polling station and electoral area elections. Delegates in favor say recommendation, sorry. Dear delegates, please hear the recommendations. The recommendation is that constituencies are directly involved in the compilation of the album for organizing polling station and constituency elections, to absolve it from any conflicting interest. Chairman. My fellow delegates, those in favor of this motion, say aye. Those against, say nay. Yeah. That is the beauty. Number 17 has suffered a knockdown. Motion of the Constitution to specifically provide that the external branches shall have 3 representatives on the National Executive Committee. The party constitution and Article 8.5, executive and the National Council, but does not indicate the number of representatives they should appoint to serve on these bodies. This amendment brings clarity to the number of representatives the external branches shall have on the National Executive Committee and National Council. Respectfully submitted, Chairman. Those in favor of motion number 18, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes once again have it. Motion number 19, amend Articles 8 and 13, 11 of the Constitution to specifically provide that all former and current executives of the external branches shall have voting rights at the presidential primaries. Chairman, the amendment seeks to extend the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to promote inclusivity and broader participation. This is in line with the proposed limited expansion. Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion 20. Amend Articles 8 and 10(2)(f) of the Constitution to specifically provide that all current executives of the external branches shall have voting rights at the National Delegates Conference. Previously, Chairman, only 12 executives of the external branches were allowed to vote at the National Delegates Conference. This amendment allows all of them to vote, promotes inclusivity and broader participation. The amendment is also in line with the proposed limited expansion. Those in favor of motion number 20, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Number 21, amend Article 9 of the Constitution to include Regional Electoral Affairs Officer, Regional Research Officer. At this stage, note the decoupling of the two. Regional Legal Officer, Regional PWD Coordinator, and the Special Duties Officer as part of the Regional Executive Committee. Chairman, this is in line with the proposed limited expansion of the Regional Executive Committee. PWD, I explained early on, is persons with disability. Those in favor, delegates, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 22. Amend Article 9(1) of the Constitution to expand the composition of the Regional Executive Committee members to include constituency secretaries. Constituency secretaries are responsible for all administrative matters at the constituency level, and it is only proper that they are a part of the regional executive committees. Chairman, this is highly recommended. Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Number 23 is a new provision, Article 9(1). Amend the Constitution by inserting a new provision to create a regional steering committee composed of the regional officers, chairman of the Regional Council of Elders, and regional parliamentary caucus chair. The proposed amendment aligns with what pertains at the national level, where we have a national steering committee, which is the body in charge of the day-to-day administration of the party at the national level. The regional steering committee shall also be responsible for the day-to-day administration of the party at the regional level. The regional steering committee system shall facilitate decision-making at the regional level. Respectfully submitted. Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 24. Amend Articles 9, 10, 2, and 13 of the Constitution to grant voting rights to the regional and national TESCON coordinators and the TESCON president from each recognized tertiary institution in the country at the regional and national delegates conference, respectively. Chairman, the regional TESCON coordinators are in charge of coordinating all the activities of TESCON in the various tertiary institutions within the region. It is only proper to grant them voting rights at conference, just like the executives whose activities they coordinate. The same principle applies to the national TESCON coordinators. The specificity on the TESCON president, and not just any representative of TESCON, avoids the usual challenge with validation of the representative from TESCON. Respectfully submitted. Those in favor, say aye. Against, say nay. The ayes have it. 25. Amend Article 10.2 and 13.11 of the Constitution to grant voting rights to the TESCON president, and not a representative from TESCON, from each recognized tertiary institution at the regional and national delegates conference. Chairman, the specificity on the TESCON president, and not just any representative of TESCON, avoids the usual challenge with validation of the representative from TESCON. Recommended. Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 26. Amend Article, this is a new provision, amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to include the consideration of position papers from sector committees of the party on key developments since the last National Delegates Conference at any current National Delegates Conference. Chairman of Conference, the proposed amendment allows the National Delegates Conference to not only focus on speeches and election of national officers where necessary, but to also consider and debate reports submitted by the party's sector committees on key national issues and to pass appropriate resolutions on same. Highly recommended, Chairman. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 27. It is also a new provision. Amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to modify the composition of the sector committees under the National Executive Committee to include both members of Parliament and non-members of Parliament, as well as their functions. This allows the party to marshal its available best brains to serve on the various sector committees, whether or not they are members of Parliament. Recommended. Those in favor, delegates, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 28. Amend Articles 10(2)(3)(e) and 13 of the Constitution to make all members of the National Council of Elders delegates at the National Delegates Conference and the presidential primaries. Chairman, considering the indispensable roles played by the National Council of Elders, they deserve more representation at the party's highest decision-making body. In any case, per Article 16, the membership of the National Council of Elders shall not exceed 30, out of which 15 are already members or delegates to the National Annual Delegates Conference. Motion number 28 is recommended, Chairman. Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 29. Amend Article 10(3) of the Constitution to increase the representation of the National Council of Elders on the National Council from 1 to 5 members, including the chairman of the National Council of Elders. Chairman, the National Council of Elders is the foremost advisory body of the party and therefore ought to be adequately represented at the second highest decision-making body of the party. Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Number 30. Amend Article 10(3) of the Constitution to provide for 4 additional standing committees and enable the National Council to create new standing committees as and when the Council deem fit. The new 4 standing committees shall be the Electoral Affairs Committee, Communications Committee, Political Strategy and Policy Committee, and Security and Intelligence Committee. The proposed additional standing committees to be created are indispensable and crucial in supporting the National Council and, by extension, the entire party to function more effectively. The amendment also grants the National Council the mandate to create additional standing committees as and when necessary.
Delegates in favor of motion number 30, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 31. Amend Article 10(3)(a) of the Constitution to expand the composition of the Finance Committee from 6 to 10 members, in addition to the National Treasurer.
Chairman, this amendment expands the composition of the Finance Committee in order to enhance the effectiveness of the committee.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 32. Amend Article 10(3)(2)(d) of the Constitution to expressly provide that chairpersons of standing committees and directors at the party headquarters shall have voting rights at the National Council and consequently vote in the presidential.
Amendment admits chairmen of standing committees and directors at the party headquarters into membership at the National Council with voting rights.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 33. Amend Article 10(3)(4) of the Constitution to include former majority and former minority leaders to the composition of the National Executive Committee and National Council.
The National Executive Committee stands to benefit immensely from the experiences of persons who have once led the party's parliamentary group as majority or minority leaders. This motion is recommended, Chairman.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 34 is a new provision. Amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to provide that the National Executive Committee shall, in consultation with the presidential candidate, develop the campaign structure and establish a campaign advisory committee to oversee the campaign team.
Chairman, this amendment deepens the collaboration between party and presidential candidates. Respectfully submitted.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 35 is also a new provision. Amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to specifically provide that the national chairperson shall at all times be the leader of the party.
Chairman, the proposed amendment affirms the position of the national chairperson as the leader of the party at all material times. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 36. Amend Article 10(5) of the Constitution to specifically provide that the national chairperson shall chair the party's campaign advisory committee.
The national chairperson, as the leader of the party, should chair the party's campaign advisory committee to enhance collaborative work between the party and the campaign.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Against, say nay. The ayes have it. Number 37.
amend Article 10.4.2 of the Constitution to increase the representation of the parliamentary group on the National Executive Committee from 1 to 3, comprising the leader and 2 others, one of whom shall be a woman.
My chairman, the parliamentary group is a critical organ of the party. It is the group that champions the party's policies and agenda in the legislative arm. The amendment seeks to increase the representation of the parliamentary group on the National Executive Committee. This is strongly recommended, Mr. Chairman.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against say nay. The ayes have it. 38. Amend Articles 10.7.3 and 10.8 of the Constitution to provide that the National Treasurer shall report to the General Secretary.
Chairman, it is the view that the General Secretary, as the party's Chief Administrative Officer and the Chief Executive Officer of the party, who has superintendence over all officers except the National Chairperson and Vice Chairpersons, should exercise superintendence over the National Treasurer. The amendment aligns with the administrative structure of the party.
Delegates in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 39. Amend Article 10.10 of the Constitution to remove the President from the composition of the National Steering Committee of the National Executive Committee.
The steering committee of the party is in charge of the day-to-day administration of the party and should comprise only the 10 elected officers, the presidential candidate, the parliamentary leader, and the chairman of the National Council of Elders.
Delegates in favor of motion number 39, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 40. Amend Article 11 of the Constitution to specifically include a provision that allows the Constituency Executive Committee to remove a polling station or electoral officer from office with the prior approval of the Regional Executive Committee upon receipt of a petition from a member.
Chairman, the current Constitution has no provision on how polling station and electoral area officers may be removed from office. This new provision clarifies this. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 41. Amend Article 11 of the Constitution to include a provision requiring the need for the body to be constituted by the Executive Committee to recommend removal before the summoning of an extraordinary delegates conference for the purpose of removing an elected officer from office and for specific timelines for the removal process of such elected officer.
Chairman, this amendment brings clarity in the removal of officers and avoids the convening of an extraordinary delegates conference without recommendation from the body constituted by the Executive Committee.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 42. Amend Article 11.7 of the Constitution to explicitly provide guidelines and procedure for the removal from office of an appointed officer or executive to be done by the relevant executive committee with prior approval of the immediately higher executive committee.
This amendment, Chairman, clarifies the process for removal of appointed officers. Submitted.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 43. That's a new provision. Amend the Constitution by inserting a new provision to provide that national officers, ministers, deputy ministers, CEOs, and other government appointees who file to contest to become a parliamentary candidate of the party in a constituency with a sitting member of parliament shall resign their positions at least 12 calendar months to the national general elections.
Chairman, this is to ensure fair competition and a level playing field to all prospective aspirants for the position of parliamentary candidate. Recommended.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 44 is a new provision. Amend Articles 12 and 13 of the Constitution and insert a new provision to grant voting rights to former members of Parliament, former parliamentary candidates, former metropolitan, municipal and district chief executives, former ministers, former deputy ministers who are card-bearing members of the party at the parliamentary and presidential primaries.
The amendment seeks to expand the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to promote inclusivity and broader participation, and is in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 45 is a new provision. Amend Articles 12 and 13 of the Constitution and insert a new provision to grant voting rights to former constituency executives and former regional executives at the parliamentary and presidential primaries.
The amendment seeks to expand the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to promote inclusivity and broader participation, and is in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 46. Amend Article 13(1)(6) of the Constitution to provide that national officers, ministers, deputy ministers, CEOs, and other government appointees who file to become the presidential candidate of the party shall resign their positions at least 24 months to the national general elections.
This amendment, Chairman, is to ensure fair competition and a level playing field to all prospective aspirants for the flag bearership slot.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 47. Amend Article 13(1)(9) of the Constitution to completely abolish and do away with the special electoral college and super delegates system.
Chairman, the special electoral college system, which was introduced in the 2009 constitutional amendment to shortlist aspiring presidential candidates, is believed to have outlived its usefulness. This is recommended, Chairman.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 48. Amend Article 13(4) of the Constitution to provide
for the election of a presidential candidate when the party is in government to a date not later than 18 months instead of 11 months before the national general elections.
Chairman, this amendment, if approved, will give the party's presidential candidate an extra 7 months to campaign before the general elections. Submitted.
Delegates in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 49. Amend Article 1311 to grant voting rights to 5 members of the Constituency Council of Elders and 10 members of the Regional Council of Elders at the presidential primaries.
These constituency and regional elders are members of the constituency and regional delegates conference respectively. Polling station and electoral area executives who form part of the delegates to the constituency conference have been given voting rights at the presidential primaries. The exclusion of the elders is an omission which should be rectified. Respectfully submitted.
Motion number 50. Amend Article 1311 of the Constitution to include 30 national patrons and all members of the National Council of Elders to be part of the presidential primaries.
The National Council of Elders is the foremost advisory body of the party and therefore ought to be adequately represented at the second highest decision-making body of the party. The national patrons also occupy an important position in the party structure. The expansion of their members in the presidential primaries is therefore appropriate. Respectfully recommended.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. 51. Amend Article 1311 to grant voting rights to 5 constituency patrons and 10 regional patrons at the presidential primaries.
These constituency and regional patrons are members of the constituency and regional delegates conference respectively. Polling station and electoral area executives who form part of the delegates to the constituency conference have been given voting rights at the presidential primaries. The exclusion of the patrons is an omission which should be rectified.
Delegates in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 52. Amend Article 1311 to grant voting rights to 1 TESCOM patron from every recognized tertiary institution in the presidential primaries.
52, right? 52. Chairman, this amendment allows for inclusivity and broader participation. This is in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 53. Amend Article 15(3) of the Constitution to make all female delegates at the National Delegates Conference eligible to vote for the position of National Women Organizer.
Chairman, the current regulations on the election of the National Women Organizer is not inclusive. This amendment, if approved by conference, will allow all female delegates, I repeat, all female delegates, to participate in the election of the National Women's Organizer. Recommended, Chairman.
Delegates in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 54. 54. Delegates, delegates, delegates. Delegates, delegates, delegates. Permit me to read Hello, Muma Kromiyadin, Kromiyadin, 54. Amend Article 15(4) of the Constitution by defining youth in the Constitution to refer to a member of the party who is not above the age of 35 years.
My chairman, the age limit for youth per all the international conventions and national laws shows that the highest age limit is 35. The UN puts the age bracket between 15 and 24 years, the WHO between 15 and 29, UNICEF between 15 and 24, the ILO between 15 and 24, the African Youth Charter between 15 and 35. In Ghana, the National Youth Authority Act, Act 939, defines a youth as a person between 15 and 35. My chairman, views on this motion are very divided.
Distinguished delegates of conference, those in favor of motion number 54, say aye. Those against, say no. I will take this vote again. I am going to take this vote again. I am taking this vote again. Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. Nay! 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 Conference, the nays have it. Meaning, we revert to the status quo, which puts the burden age of youth at not above the age of 40 years. 55. Amend Article 15(4) of the Constitution to make youth delegates at the National Delegates Conference eligible to vote for the position of National Youth Organizer.
Chairman, the current regulations of the election of the National Youth Organizer is not inclusive. This amendment allows all youth delegates, I repeat, all youth delegates, to participate in the election of the National Youth Organizer. Submitted, Chairman.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. Well, the ayes once again have it. Certainly, this is the last motion 56. Amend Article 15(5)(d)(e) and related provisions that refer to national coordinator at all relevant levels. To refer to the national coordinators as coordinators as Nasara organizers.
Chairman, by the nature of their functions, Nasara coordinators should be referred to as Nasara organizers, just as is done with women and youth organizers.
Presiding Conference Chairman, General Secretary of this great party, before I draw down the curtain on this National Annual Delegates Conference, I'll read.
We didn't vote on this one.
Sorry. Those in favor of motion number 56, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. I will now, for the benefit of conference, read the sunset clause, which is ordinarily referred to as the transitional provisions. And this has been drawn by the Constitution Amendment Committee in line with the existing practice. Whereas the National Council of the party has pursuant to Article 13(1) of the Constitution scheduled January 21, 2026 as the date to elect the party's 2028 presidential candidate. The National Annual Delegates Conference has on this day, the 19th day of July 2028, adopted the proposed amendment 2025, adopted the proposed amendment to expand the Electoral College for the election of the party's presidential candidate to include all former members of parliament, all former parliamentary candidates, all former MMDCs, all card-bearing former ministers, all card-bearing former deputy ministers, all former regional executives, all former constituency executives, all former branch executives, all the members of the National Council of Elders, the members of the National Council of Patrons, regional and constituency patrons, regional and constituency elders, and TESCON coordinators. The National Annual Delegates Conference has on this day adopted a proposed amendment to expunge the Special Delegates Electoral College from the Constitution. The term of office holders in the party from polling station to the national level has not expired. I repeat, has not expired. Accordingly, the prospective members who are to be afforded the right to form part of the structured offices at various levels by elections shall have their rights held in abeyance until upon the expiration of the tenure of the incumbent office holders. Now, therefore, it is proposed that for the avoidance of doubt, the effective dates for the new amendments relating to the additions to the polling station executives, electoral area executive committee, constituency executive committee, regional executive committee, and executive committee shall be after the January 31, 2026 presidential primaries. However, as adopted by the National Delegates Conference on this fateful day, and given the fact that the dates of the conduct of the presidential primaries have been set by the Constitution in accordance with the dictates of the Constitution, the provisions pursuant to the new amendments on presidential primaries, that is Article 13, particularly the expunging of the Special Electoral College and the expansion of the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to include former executives, former regional executives, former external branch executives, former members of parliament, former parliamentary candidates, former MMDECs, former card-bearing ministers and deputies, TESCON coordinators, party patrons and elders shall take effect immediately. Shall take effect immediately in order to give effect to the decision of the National Council and the National Delegates Conference in respect of the presidential primaries. This motion, which only seeks to bring clarity on the effect of the adoption of these amendments by conference on this day, is hereby moved for the consideration of conference. At this stage, distinguished delegates, those in favor and all in favor of this motion, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. It is my desirable pleasure at this stage to say to conference that our duties as the Constitution Amendment Committee in respect of today's conference has come to a close. Nonetheless, it is instructive to notify all delegates that the preparatory work for the drafting of the new Constitution or amended Constitution pursuant to the adoption of these elaborate constitutional amendments would begin in due course. We thank you all for the support and cooperation afforded us. God bless all our distinguished delegates. God bless the great NPP party, and God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. And we shall always be bold to defend and resist the oppressor's rule. Thank you all very much.
Minority Chief Whip will be here to give us a vote of thanks. Honorable Jerry Ahmed, sorry. Honorable Jerry Ahmed, give us a vote of thanks. Then our third national National Vice Chairman will give us the Muslim closing prayer.
The Honorable Acting National Chairman, distinguished representatives of the former presidents, the former vice president, national executive members, national council members, my respected minority leader, honorable members of parliament, the Constitution Amendment Committee, the Planning Committee, our hard-working delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a distinct honor and a privilege to offer the vote of thanks at this landmark gathering of our great party, the New Patriotic Party. On behalf of the organizing team and the entire party leadership, I wish to express our deepest gratitude to all of you for your presence, commitment, and continued dedication to the ideals and progress of the NPP. Let me begin by sincerely thanking the representatives of our former presidents, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor, for conveying their messages and solidarity with this conference. Their legacy continues to shape our vision, and we remain grateful for their enduring service to party and country. To our hard-working national executives, we commend your leadership and tireless efforts in steering the affairs of the party with vision and unity. A special appreciation goes to Greater Accra Regional Chairman, Chairman Divine Otu Agohum. We thank you very much for the warm welcome and the excellent coordination of this conference. Permit me to also extend a special commendation to the Constitution Amendment Committee and the National Planning Committee for their exemplary dedication and impactful work. Your contributions have been very good, and we are extremely grateful. We are also thankful to our invited guests, fraternal parties, and all stakeholders whose presence has added great value to this conference. To our gallant members of parliament, regional and constituency executives, polling station executives, TESCON, and the Youth and Women's Wing, your energy, loyalty, and commitment are the heartbeat of our party. Thank you for your service. Let me also acknowledge the protocol, security, media, health, and logistical teams who have worked diligently behind the scenes to make this event seamless and successful. As we live here, may we be reminded that the strength of our party lies in our unity, our resolve, and our shared purpose to build a better Ghana for all. Once again, thank you all for making today a memorable success. May God bless the New Patriotic Party. May God bless our great nation, Ghana. Thank you all, and have a safe journey back home. Thank you.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Your Excellency, the former Vice the former Chief of Staff, the General Secretary. May peace and blessings of Allah be upon all of us here, fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. We thank Almighty Allah for bringing our delegates from the various regions to the Greater Accra here to participate with this historical event, which is our National Delegate Conference. We are thanking the Almighty Allah for bringing them in peace, and we ask God, Almighty Allah, to send each and everyone here to his or her constituency safely And inshallah, we will get that. In this case, Rabbana.
I think that it will affect some people. Rejected it, but that notwithstanding.
Bring in your brother quickly. Yes, sir.
Of Koforodua.
And what has been your observation also so far?
Well, I think that if you look at the enthusiasm of the people, it tells you how organized this party is. And I think this is good for the country called Ghana. I am so proud to be a member of this great party and also as a Ghanaian. And I think that today will go down in history as a body or a party that has come for the entire country to decide on very pertinent issues. And clearly, it shows that we are ready for Power 2028.
Honorable Befi, so in an instance where a motion was rejected, is there a way it can be reintroduced for another round of voting?
But for now, I think, we brought motions. We didn't expect to get all of them through. What is important is that about 99% or 98% has been accepted, which is good.
Out of 56.
So 98 or 99%, which is good. I mean, so for us as a party, we are proud of ourselves, we are proud of our people, and we are proud of our tradition. I see, the NDC, this morning I was on radio with one MP, and they were professing doom for us. They were expecting us to create problems, and it didn't happen. God has won the battle for us. NPP is going into the 2028 election with oneness, with unity, to prosecute a campaign that has not happened in this country before and to win the 2028 elections.
After January 31st, when the flag bearer will be chosen, you will see that there will be total peace in our party. Okay? And you know one thing we did today, which is going to nail the coffin for us to go to Jubilee House, the inclusion of all past MMDCs, the inclusion of all past parliamentarians, and also other appointees. I think this is good for the party. It is going to energize the party towards victory. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
My name is Honorable Ike Apao-Jesse, Mayor Koforodua.
Thank you, Honorable. We are so grateful. And so this is how we wrap up on our live broadcast of the 2025 National Delegate Conference of the New Patriotic Party, which took place here at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. My name is Gifty AJ, and thank you so much for watching. Bye for now. Welcome back to GBC News. It's ending of the coverage of the 2025 NPP National Delegates Conference, which just a few moments ago wrapped up at the Legon Sports Stadium. Key amendments have been made to the party's constitution, which will inform how it handles its affairs going forward, especially in the lead up to the selection of a new flag bearer for the party in January of 2026, ahead of the national general elections in 2028. Still in studio with me, Thelma Taki. Laura Tumusa Saka is a member of the NPP's communications team, and Dr. Abdul Jalilu Ateku is the lecturer in political science at the Political Science Department at the University of Ghana. So thank you for staying on with us. You start with George from the morning, and you're still with me this afternoon. Let's just recap some of the scenes we've just seen at the latter part of the conference, which was the voting on the motions. And I'll start with you, Laura. The first ones got up to a pretty, standard start, expected to pass. Most of the motions were expected to pass. Yeah. Most of them did pass. But the first one to suffer the axe was the motion 17, which even before the suggestion was read, the crowd was already up on its feet, waving arms left and right to signal no and shaking their heads.
ardently so that the chairman cannot, fail to see their, contempt or dislike for that amendment, asking for a provision that the regional executive committees should appoint persons other than polling station, electoral area, and constituency officers to supervise polling station and electoral area elections. Based on the experiences that you've had, Laura, why was this so contentious, and why were they so adamant not to pass it?
But this goes without saying. The constituency elections is supervised by the regional body. The regional elections is supervised by the national body. So why do you want to go and take people outside the constituency level to come and supervise polling station? It goes without saying.
Okay.
So it's just the natural order of
protecting
things. I mean, it's a hierarchy.
Okay.
Right. So can we say that you can go and pick people other than regional officers to come and supervise constituency elections, or people other than national officers to come and supervise regional elections? It goes without saying.
Okay.
I think we are rebuilding, and some of these things could. So it was obvious, and that is the NPP for you. I mean, it's a democracy. And that should tell you that all the things that we were going on, that there wasn't consultation, was wrong. Because 56 motions, and you saw the enthusiasm, you saw the passion, and that is us. I mean, we may have stumbled, like had been said by our leaders, but we are not out.
Stumbled, not falling is one of the key messages presented by the Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markin, who is the minority leader in Parliament, when he took the podium earlier today. We'll get into the analysis of the speeches a bit later. But Laura, I want to stay a bit more on the motions that did not carry, and 35 also did not make headway. Even the appointees of the committee members on this podium acknowledged the Honorable Kojo Nkrumah saying, Mr. Chairman, this is very controversial. When his job was just to read, it was the amendment to Article 10 of the Constitution.
So motion 54.
54, the big one that... but let's stay with 35 for a minute. I found that quite striking. The one that made the national chairman or the chairperson of the party the de facto leader of the party. So it passed, but it's not a subject that is without controversy, because now the conversation is who is the leader of the NPP if a candidate or a flag bearer went into an election and did not get the nod. So we've had these conversations back and forth. The party has voted massively to support its original stance that the national chairperson of the party remains the leader of the party. So, Doc, I'll start with you. What do you make of that decision, solidifying their already held position that not the flag bearer, but the national chairperson of the party is the leader of the party?
All right, thank you, Thelma. Yeah, I think that probably they have come to that this position because of the experience that they have had with their presidential candidates, right? When you have a presidential candidate and then the person assumes to be the leader of the party, right? So maybe they have experienced some challenges, right? So they are trying to address those challenges so that once you are a president candidate, you focus on your campaign and whatever it is, so that the party, the national party chairman will also focus as a party national chairman. Because other than that, when you assume the role of the leader of the party, then in a way, maybe sometimes you are rendering the national chairman useless or something. So in my view, I think decoupling it, I think is a way so that the presidential candidate will focus on the campaign, right? So that the party chairman will be in charge of the structure, right? So that they will support the presidential candidate, but not just bringing in the president candidate to take over, to take over the party as the leader. So definitely, by including this, should tell us that maybe they have experienced some challenges with it and therefore want to address it. Yes.
Walk us through that.
So this goes to also speak to the setting up a campaign advisory committee, which further amendment also indicates that the chairman
Should
will
work
chair
with the
that.
candidates
So,
as well.
you know, what was existing was that when we have a flag bearer, the flag bearer assumes leadership of the party. But the moment elections are over, if the flag bearer wins and becomes president, the person is president. If the flag bearer doesn't win, becomes the leadership of the party goes back to the national.
Reverts to the national executive
go back to
and
the
then
national
into the
chairman. The national chairman, until we have a flag bearer, is the leader of the party. So just to consolidate it, it's not like a new provision. It's just to take that break in leadership away to keep the focus and keep the consistency of leadership.
What would it hurt if, for example, in our current circumstances, the current former vice president remains the assumed leader of the party? What would it hurt?
He's no longer flag bearer.
But what would
he was
it
leader
hurt?
of the party. No, but
until the 2024 general election. I'm saying that based on the experience that we've had, why was it not desirable for someone who may not, the former president Nana Addo Dankwa also contested a number of times.
When he was flag bearer, he was leader of the party. The moment he became president, leadership reverted to the national chairman. That is how it works. But now it's just to take out that break in leadership and keep one focus. And these are all lessons learned. The last time this constitution was amended was 2009. We're going to do some amendments in 2022, but it didn't really go as detailed as this one has been done. So there's been a lot of lessons that have been learned. I mean, at a point, there was some, it was like the party was being run on two fronts.
The government
so
front.
All these things cures all the misconceptions and also gives us a clear reporting line. So people, you know, when there are gray areas, when there are provisions that are subject to people's discretion, but this one is clearly put. Okay. The chairman is the leader of the party at all times. Well, but don't also look at motion 34. In consultation with the presidential candidate. So amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to provide that the National Executive Committee shall, in consultation with the presidential candidate, develop the campaign structure and establish a campaign advice. This is explicit. So it doesn't give any wiggle room for anybody to be mischievous. And we shouldn't limit it to just Dr. Bawumia. This goes beyond Dr. Bawumia. It's about institutionalizing and making sure that the lessons we've learned over the years, we make good use of it and make our party better so we can rebuild properly and reclaim.
Okay, so that motion, quite an interesting one. Another big no was 54, and the NPP says that persons 40 and below are young. The youth of the party, the age limit for the NPP is 40 and below. Attempts were made by this motion 54 to align the NPP's agreed age of youth in line with other international conventions. It's referenced rightfully the UN, the WHO, and UNICEF, which puts the upper limit of youth at 24, 29 brackets. The African Youth Charter putting it at 35. The motion was to bring this age down to 35. But the delegates voted overwhelmingly to strike this motion down. And so as at now, as previously held by the NPP, the burden of youth now at the NPP remains 40 years and not below 40. So 35 is not the upper limit for the NPP as was proposed. So
so on a lighter note, let's add our definition to the definition. So that's
define you.
That's already. So if you're going, like it's been mentioned, the Youth Authority Act says gives an upper limit, a lower limit of 15 years, an upper limit of 35 years. Right. the youth policy, the youth policy, it's also gives an upper limit of 35. We've already, defied international standards. But if that's what conference decided on, so be. And the youth organizer didn't hide it. He said he was going to campaign against this motion, and the youth have decided. You could see that most of the people shouting and going on nay were more youthful than. You go to certain places that you see the youth organizer, and it cuts across all parties, because sometimes it's difficult to get committed youth to do it. But I don't think it really spoils anything. I definitely believe that in future, the 35 will come to stay. Let's just manage the additional 5 years.
A big no for 54, but a big overwhelming yes for 47, which really was, some would say, the main reason why the NPP went for this amendment at this National Delegate Conference to abolish that perceived elitist electoral college and expanding it to include even more people right from, the bottom echelons, because the bottom is also very high, okay? The bottom to the top of the party. How significant is this for you, Laura?
So like I said, and we already mentioned this earlier on with George, this amendment came into being in 2009 because of 2007, when we had 17 candidates vying for the presidential candidacy to lead the New Patriotic Party. So 17 people wanted to succeed President Kufuor then. It was a bit chaotic, So that amendment in 2009, but we realized that in 2024, it was counterproductive, because the issues the Super Delegates Conference brought were worse than what even the general one brought. So like I said, it's lessons learned. You use the lessons you've learned to make things better, to achieve what our party stands for.
Okay.
So, this goes without saying. It's a no-brainer, because we all saw the outcome of the Super Delegates Conference. And, it affected us in so many ways. So, it's lessons learned, and we are really utilizing these lessons that we've learned to make our party better and more inclusive.
I'll give both of you the opportunity to make some concluding remarks on the whole output or outlook for the future of the NPP. But I just want to quickly walk us through what we've seen so far during the day and what key speakers at this National Delegates Conference have said. We heard from the minority leader in Parliament, who is the Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markin, who spoke quite passionately about the fortunes of the party and what it means for the way forward. We heard also from the former flag bearer of the party in the 2024 election, former Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and he also spoke about unity and togetherness and the need to maintain discipline within the rank and file of the party. So if I may be able to take you through some of the key items that some of the key speakers at this conference had the occasion to talk about. I would start with a few of the ones said by the, perhaps with the Honorable Afenyo-Markin and what he had to say about unity in the party. He talked about the NPP remaining resolute. He talked about the NPP not retreating. And he reiterated the party's commitment to hold government accountable, to show that they are the better alternative. And he talked about resisting the temptation to win at all costs, but to serve at all costs. And he made that key statement that the elephant has only stumbled and not fallen. He insists that the party took the bold decisions that were difficult but necessary in order to save the country, even though it presented some discomfort to citizens. And he took jabs at the ruling NDC for taking what he calls cheap credit through propaganda for the hard work that they put in and which in his view, the NPP is reaping the benefits of. And towards the end of his speech, he said that though the party had walked through valleys of shadows of death, they will not fear any evil, and that they will continue to strive to make Ghana better. So he talked about unity and reconciliation, talked about appreciation for the legacy that he thinks that the NPP party left behind, including the youth was also a key part of his message. He talked about reform and modernity, so old structures, saying that the party should be open-minded and critically examine the way forward, insisting that our conduct will reinforce or draw away confidence from the party. So the Ifutu MP had quite a lot to say when he mounted the podium. On his part, the former vice president talked about unity, went through the achievements. He said the first for the country achievements. So he went through what we've heard him talk about before, the digital ID system and the property address system, mobile money interoperability, which are some of the things we've come to hear from Dr. Baumia. He talked about the drone delivery service and everything that the previous administration had put into power. And he also talked about what he thinks was the legacy that they've left behind. But the key thing, I think, for him is that he admitted that he wished that the circumstances for which the conference was being held was different. He had wished that perhaps the party would still be in power when this conference was happening, but that did not hold. So we had those comments as well. Former President John Ejekum Kufuor also delivered a message by virtual means to the program, and His Excellency also the former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo also left a message delivered by Madam Akosua Frema Osei. And so you all heard what the speaker said, and then the outcome of the motions that were tabled, and it summed up the day very, very succinctly with that prayer after the vote of thanks. So what are your general impressions about what we've done so far throughout the day, even on our coverage, we, GBC, or on our coverage, the people that we've spoken to? And on their side, the NPP side, the organization, I've heard people, especially our team on the ground, say it was very well organized and very well coordinated. Started late, but then we went through all the motions. Doc, what would your concluding remarks be?
All right, thank you very much, Thelma. On your side, GBC, I think that for GTV, giving us the coverage, I think that is very important, so that people actually have a fair idea of whatever was happening over there. Now, coming to the substance of what had happened over the past few hours. It's exciting when we have our political parties undertaking such activities in deepening our democratic process. It's a very good thing to do. It means that, the idea of us having the democracy and moving into whatever levels that will make this country develop. So when we find these activities, I think that is something that is commendable. Looking at, about 56 proposals that were made, I think only 2 were rejected, and I think that is good. And even the rejection of the 2 should tell us something, right? That, things are changing. Voters, right, when people are taking decisions, they are careful about whatever they are doing, whether in elections or whatever you want to do, right? So it means that you cannot just take people for any right. People will let you know that, no, this one is not a good thing for us, and therefore they will reject it. So I think that is something that the party is learning something from it. And I'm also happy that they have considered that these 2 had been rejected, and then that is that. Now, from the speeches, right, all of them spoke about the fact that they want, unity, which is good. All the speakers, from the 2 former presidents, the minority leader, and all others, right, all of them talking about the fact that they have to be united, and all this is good. But Ghanaians are looking at them, how they are going to conduct themselves, right? Because over the period, just after losing elections, we saw what happened. Maybe just thank you to, and then there are issues. The decisions that are being taken. People are questioning them as to maybe what they should do first, what they should do. So basically, I think that they need to be very careful about moving forward, because if you want to have unity, will not just come. You have to work towards it, because already there are differences within the party. And then, so as the party executives are going to roll up, because there will be series of activities, right? There will be processes towards, electing their flag bearer and then the other exec positions. So they should allow the playing field to be very level. When the playing field is level and people contest elections and they lose, right? That is where they will come willingly to come and support whoever, will be the winner. But if the playing field is not level and people contest and they lose, that is where they will have issues. And they will move with this, the differences that they have with the party into the elections, and that is going to affect them. All right, so basically, I think that is that. And also the fact that, yes, being in government for the past 8 years, we saw they've spoken about the good things that the party has done and all that. It's very good. But the question is that with all those good things, Ghanaians still voted you out. So it means that once we look at the credit, we look at the positives, it means that there were a number of issues that the party could have addressed, right? Like he said, they wish that they would have been in power today, but you are not in power because Ghanaians felt that, they were expecting that you should do more than what you have done. And you couldn't do that. You couldn't live up to that expectation, and then they have to kick you out. So it's a lesson. So some of these processes are part of the lessons for them. And as to whether they will, provide an effective, opposition to the current government, right? Mm. It's not opposition that will be disruptive, very effective, because there are so many people that are looking at these two parties. Like I indicated, things are changing. So people are looking at the NDC, people are looking at the NPP. How organized are you? How prepared are you, right? Are you going to go into the next, activities with, bickerings, tensions here and there? That will not inure to your benefit, right? So as they speak about the need for unity, very good. But it means that they have to work towards that. And one way is, like I indicated, is ensuring that, the executive should be neutral, right? They should provide, even playing field for all actors. And then so that when they organize whatever elections, people that will lose will definitely want to, they know that, yes, the playing field was very level and I lost, and therefore I will support. But when they do not do that, that is where they will have problems. And when this happens, then it means that Ghanaians will be looking at you. It means that you are not prepared. How are you? So basically, they need to just, position themselves well and then organize themselves very well. We want to find them to be, effective opposition, looking at it. Should not just, it's not just about, there are internal elections, but how effective are they going to be? Because they will say that they are, the next government in waiting. To be the next government in waiting means that you should, you should get prepared, position yourself very well. Let us see, some difference that you are bringing on board.
Right.
Yeah.
Laura, too. Your final
that's the New Patriotic Party. What you saw today, that is us. We're a liberal conservative party, right to center. We believe in justice, we believe in human rights. And like our motto says, or our slogan says, development in freedom. That's what the New Patriotic Party believes in. You look at our symbol, strength, resilience, longevity. That's the New Patriotic Party. Our colors, the red, white, and blue. Patriotism, sacrifice, and integrity. That is what we stand for. Like I said, we may have gone off course, but what we've seen today is where we are headed. We are focused to rebuild and recapture on our values. And that is where we are headed. Definitely siblings even quarrel. And that's in local parlance, or as I said, even the teeth and the tongue. When the teeth bites the tongue, but you still chew all the same, even after a second. So these things will happen. So even if people of same bloodline or siblings fight. Definitely.
Dr. Bauer, don't give the opposition fodder to attack us.
Politics
because
is
a
business of interest. But once you join a party, no matter what your interest is, it should be the focus. It should be in tune with the reason why you joined the New Patriotic Party. It should be in tune with what the New Patriotic Party stands for and believes in.
Okay.
And that is what we've shown today. And that is what we've all committed to move ahead with. Doc said we are a government in waiting, obviously. And every Ghanaian, including you and Doc, who believed that we are the best managers of the economy. And as any human institution, definitely, you have different types of people who come in, and but that doesn't erode what the New Patriotic Party stands for. And like I said, what you've seen today, the speeches that have been made, that is what we are. And we can only achieve that if we all rally behind the elephant, rally behind what the red, white, and blue stands for. And definitely, inshallah, 2028 will recapture.
Lara, thank you so much for your closing submissions. So over 5,000 or 5,600 delegates converged at the Legon Sports Stadium under the theme Rebuilding Together with Our Values to deliberate over 50 proposed amendments. 56 in the end we saw voted for. Key speeches delivered by key figures in the party. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Minority Leader Afenyo Markin, and a message from former Presidents Nana Akufo-Addo and J. Kufuor at that conference grounds. We saw earlier the enforcement of strict ban on campaign materials at the venue, and also conversations around enhanced screening because of concerns about the COVID-19 pandemic. When the curtains came down, major motions carried, and some are effective immediately, others not so much. So the abolition of the Electoral College, which removes the latest short system, so-called, broadened the electoral delegate base, and that is effective now, but it applies to the presidential primaries from January 31st, 2026. So it includes polling station executives and all the TESCON and others who have now been brought on board. Grassroots representation, moves towards the one-man, one-vote system also have been topical, and that is also effective now. Implementation will be in stages. We have seen also an agreement that all female delegates of the conference will be allowed to vote when it comes to the selection of a national women's organizer. The youth and TESCON inclusion has also not been left out. The major ones that were rejected or deferred are the ones concerning the rotation of the flag bearer role by region, scaling down all that. Those ones were not also brought on board at all. The next steps is for the amendments that have been formally made to be ratified and sent to the to be applied at the presidential primaries in 26, as we have talked about. So we are wrapping this all up now, but not before we say big thanks to the persons who have helped us to hold these conversations. Mr. Kojo Esiamado, the governance and political analyst who sat with my colleague George Sapper a bit earlier. Laura Tumusa Saka is a member of the NPP communications team. Hajia, thank you so much for making time. I know now you have plenty of votes in your pocket, so we'll have the opportunity to talk about the votes that you have and the positions that you can now apply for, research officer and all. We'll talk about all those things. Dr. Abdul Jalilu Ateku is a lecturer at the Political Science Department at the University of Ghana. Doc, thank you also for making time to join us. And from all of us from in studio and on the grounds, Gifty J, Darrell Alantego, our team here at GBC, and all those who represented us on the field will draw the curtain down. And as those curtains fall on the 2025 NPP National Delegates Conference, the party has emerged with a redefined constitution and a signal of introspection and reform. They've made bold amendments which they hope lead towards deepening their grassroots participation and expand their electoral inclusivity, which will also, they hope, will reposition the NPP for future electoral battles. They say that a clear message has been sent and the journey to rebuilding is starting now. What remains to be seen is how these reforms will translate into the reforms that will translate from paper to practice, and whether they will truly unify and strengthen the party ahead of the election 2028. But those conversations will continue, and at GBC, our platforms will continue to have those engaging conversations with the NPP and other stakeholders on what has transpired today and the coming days. Remember that GBC is your trusted, authentic voice of Ghana. My name is Thelma Taki. I'm bringing the curtain down on behalf of the GBC on this production. We'll see you again some other time. Until then, God bless.